so we can figure it out. Okay, we're back now for the third time after this vegan continues to sabotage the live streams by committing crimes. So we have to identify who this is, report them to the authorities. What do you have in mind, anti-war mindset?
I have no idea, man. This is just screwed up, man.
Yeah. You would think that, you know, if there are good vegans, why aren't they calling the bad vegans in line?
Oh, because they are overjoyed by trying to scuttle a live stream with Garland Farm. The funny thing about this, JD, is that I think that they're more afraid of you than they are just about anybody else on the internet. Because you don't just come with the facts, you come with the receipts. And of anybody I know, you're the only one who has gone out there and actually tracked down all of the studies, all of the papers, all of the FAO stuff, and you put it out there.
Well, I did do a lot, but I have to also point to anti-war mindset here. I've been very busy in my personal life lately, and he's kind of taken up the slack for me and brought a bunch of good studies to the table. So I'm just going to throw it out there that if you hadn't been to his channel and listened to his videos and what he's got, the studies he's compiled, pretty, I mean, it's a double whammy, I'd say, at this point. The entire vegan narrative has been completely discredited without a doubt.
Yeah, and they resort to dirty tricks because they cannot defeat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope the original chat is still there. Hope
Okay,
people
I
are
think
still listening.
Mr. Pink and Yellow, he's the good guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you, Mr.
Hello.
Pink and Yellow? Okay.
Yes, it's me. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to talk about their ethical debates. Why they're a complete waste of time.
I agree.
Right? Because there's two reasons. They're removed from real life nuance, right? They ignore evidence, and you're going to be generous to them and ignore the evidence, and you just want to have the ethical debate on an abstract level alone. At the end of the day, it's always going to boil down to a 50-50 yes or no value judgment. But they act like their value judgments in the ethical sense are absolute, and you can't counter it, even though at the very best it's a 50-50 thing. But it's a waste of time. That's all they got.
Well, and their moral arguments are also based in complete suggestion. They're not talking about empirical morality. They're not talking about absolute morals. They're talking about their subjective beliefs.
Yes.
But of course, you know, I got wind from one of my cousins that there's a vegan documentary by that dude who did a couple of the last ones. He did a new documentary about why Christians should be vegans, and supposedly has a biblical argument.
Yeah, that's the newest.
I can't wait until that thing comes out, because that argument by itself is so easy to defeat. And, you know, it's fine if you want to suggest to Christians that if you want to make goody two shoes points with Jesus, then you should be, but God never expects anything of us that is going to make us sick. That's the first and foremost. And
Hello.
Okay. Mr. Pink, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. So I'm not a farmer or an expert on this subject. I've just discovered I know anti-war mindset from other things, but he's educated me a lot about this issue, veganism. And the problem with veganism is their propaganda is actually very effective on many levels because they control the narrative. Because my entire life, I've always believed that you need to eat meat on some level. I've always known that, but I've also thought it was unhealthy at the same time, that if you eat too much of it, you're going to be very unhealthy. So I've actually been brainwashed by the vegetarians and the vegans, and it's a very hard narrative to counter. Actually, there's a lot of work to be done, unfortunately. So there doesn't seem to be any really big anti-vegan channels out there with like 1 million subs or 500,000. So
well, I really think that the algorithm is programmed to kind of, keep it muted as much as possible. The anti-vegan message, which is not so much anti-veganism, but it's really a nihilist cult, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Am I right
I
there?
mean, there are like many like Mr. Pink and Yellow just said, like eating meat is unhealthy. This propaganda, like saturated fat and cholesterol being bad and things like that. This kind of narrative was spread like for decades, at least since like the 1950s with Ansel Keys. Like when you had this 7-country study that showed a correlation between like countries that had high consumption of saturated fat and high mortality rates or heart disease rates or something. Meanwhile, what came out is that he was actually paid off by the sugar industry and actually cherry picked his data. There were actually like 21 or like 30 countries that he looked at where there was like no correlation, and he just hid the data in his basement the whole entire time.
You're talking about Ansel Keys?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think it was either, it may have been the sugar industry, but I thought that I read that it was the Crisco, the coconut oil. No, it wasn't coconut. It was it was soy. No, it was cottonseed oil. I think the first Crisco, I think, was made with cottonseed oil, and they started making plant seed oil margarines, and I think that the margarine industry had something to do with putting money in Ansel Keys' pockets so that he would omit the majority of the countries that he had gathered data on in order to invent a non-existent correlation between the consumption of saturated fat and the prevalence of heart disease. But it may have been both the sugar industry and the plant oil industry. Well, we have someone claiming to be Jeffrey Phillips, but they don't have his correct photo up there.
I'm just going to make a little prediction here. So I think you're going to get a group of vegan trolls are going to try and play the same thing over and over again on the stream.
Yeah,
So if you invite them on, you're going to have to set it up so they can't show any video on the stream if you let any vegans in, because it can't be trusted.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Jeffrey, if you're out there and you're wanting on, why don't you email me real quick, and I'll know it's you.
Yeah, like really quick about the topic of like how they show that supposedly eating meat is unhealthy. They do that with basic correlations, right? So a lot of people who eat a lot of meat, they're more likely to be men, and men are more like working longer hours and have more stressful lives and have underfunded health care and things like that. So their health is worse, but this has nothing to do with eating meat. It's just a correlation, for example, right? And a lot of people who eat meat, they have lower education and like lower exercise levels, more likely to smoke, more likely to drink alcohol, more
Can I
likely
give an
to.
example
Mhm,
of something? So there's
mhm,
like correlation is not causation. Let's say I'm eating a certain food that
mhm,
I decide is unhealthy, right? And I think this food is unhealthy, I'm gonna stop eating it. And to improve my health, I'm gonna start exercising more, right? And let's say I do both, and I go around telling people, it doesn't matter what food it is, I go, oh yeah, I've stopped eating XX food, my health is better. So
mhm.
when people suddenly decide to become health conscious, they change their lifestyle and they drop certain foods, but they don't know for sure it's necessarily not eating that food anymore that's improved their health. It could be other things. It could be the exercise,
Right,
right?
right.
So that's why anecdotal evidence is very suspect.
Well, and
Yeah.
that argument right there actually fails for a certain segment of the populace, because there are people like me. I am educated. I have a BSN and I have a secondary degree, and I'm, you know, I'm always taking classes of some kind when I have time. But the fact of the matter is that for years I ate the recommended dietary guidelines according to the American Heart Association and the American Diabetes Association. And in patient education, I use those same guidelines with patients. And of course, for years, I would have patients who came back multiple times to the hospital with, you know, secondary heart attacks, problems with diabetes, problems losing limbs from diabetes. And they were following the guidelines. And back then, in the 90s and the first decade of the 2000s, we were told by doctors and administrators that those people who were telling us that they were following the guidelines were lying to us. They had to be lying, because if they were following the guidelines, then they wouldn't be sick, accepting the fact that I was sick and I knew I was following the guidelines. And it took me decades to figure out that the reason that I was dependent on, prednisone and solumedrol and epinephrine was specifically because I was on a plant-based diet and I have an intolerance to both salicylic acid but also oxalic acid. And it's like I ballooned up at my heaviest weight when I was at my sickest. And of course, I was maxed out on prednisone and solumedrol, which are both steroids. I maxed out at 418 pounds. But I stopped eating fruits and vegetables and went on a fast and did nothing but meat and dairy and ended up losing half my body weight in less than a year. So how much of that was actually fat and how much of it was inflammation is anybody's guess. But the fact of the matter is that I love plants and I love to garden, but I can't eat them because they will kill me. And how many people are out there who are actually having those problems with obesity, who are told, oh, it's your diet? Well, it may be their diet, but we have no idea what they're actually eating. And if they change their diet and they start eating meat in direct opposition to the federal guidelines and all of these different medical societies, then they're told by the doctors they're doing it wrong.
Hey, Jeffrey. You there?
How you doing, JD? How you
good.
been, old man?
I'm hanging in there. Uncle
Great.
Ratatouille.
You gave us a scare again.
Yeah, I know you guys.
You always disappear, and it makes us all worried.
Yes.
I know you worry about me a lot. I'm glad that you
care
think
about you, JD, darling.
I'm glad that you think of
Great
me.
old man.
I am a great old man. Yeah. It's one of the benefits of
today,
omnivore diet that's based on meat is that you get to become an old man someday. Isn't that the
We're
goal?
like the same age, bro.
How old are you? Yeah, I don't think that we're the same age, but
How old are you? Just out of curiosity.
What's that?
How old are you?
45.
Okay.
What do you guys talk
Alright.
about today?
We're talking about why vegans have jumped on this stream with illegal porn, ambush us and try and get us in trouble. That's
did
what
you
they've
see
they've
that,
done it
Jeffrey?
twice.
Did you see
No,
that,
I didn't
Jeffrey?
see that. Those are dastardly old tricks.
Yeah. Would you get onto a vegan for doing that, or would that be something that you would give the nod
I
to?
would consider that bad form. I would rather one-on-one debate someone than try and just tear their stream down.
Someone said it's a crime to post porn on YouTube. Is it?
Is
Yes, in the UK it is.
No, it's not a crime.
It is
It's
in
a
the UK.
policy.
No, it's a crime in the UK. If you publish dick pics on a public stream and broadcast to ambush people, it's considered revenge porn, and it's a crime. You can go to jail for it.
What is it? What's it? Is that erect or flaccid?
Well, someone
I know there's a difference.
if someone ambushes us with a movie of someone jerking off, they're not flaccid, are they?
So it has to be hard. So if it's a flaccid penis, it's not a crime.
Then it's probably a vegan. If it's flaccid, it's probably a vegan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just caught on to that.
So
Okay, you're mad that the porn thing happened. What else you guys talk about?
I'm not mad. I'm just a little bit what would you what's the emotion that would come
Why are you
along with
hiding,
someone
JD? Why are all the
sabotaging?
carnists hiding today?
Well, I'm hiding because I'm sitting in the middle of a field in the dark.
Oh yeah.
And it's kind of funny because I had just finished cleaning up the barn and went to go inside, and my phone tinkled, and I looked at it and it says Garland Farms is streaming, and I went, oh, I'm awake. So I'm literally sitting here in my truck. So it's dark. It's like 9:17 in Ohio right now. So there's no point in showing my face because you won't see anything anyway.
Yeah, we actually wanted to have a productive stream about various topics. We actually also wanted to analyze the last debate that we had with another vegan called what was his name? Nick the Anti-Carnist. We had a debate / discussion with him, and we sort of wanted to analyze that a little bit. Whether or not consuming animals is unethical.
That's a big premise to go over in one debate. Me and
Garland
it was spent six debates basically going over one aspect of it. It's better to whittle things down to smaller things that are actually tackleable in a smaller amount of time so you can actually get somewhere.
Can I counter that with the fact that when you do that, you remove all the nuance from the conversation, and
debating removes nuance?
Well, yeah, if you cut it, if you compartmentalize it.
So funny, JD?
What?
Why are you hiding, and why do you sound so funny?
Well, I'm not hiding.
Go ahead, continue.
Okay.
So, why does it matter if we hide or not? If I thought you was up for debate, so it should be about ideas, not how pretty our faces are.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. What's a specific idea you want to talk about with a vegan?
Okay. Do we need to eat meat? Yes or no, to thrive and be healthy? Because that's what it boils down to, right?
No, I said something specific. That's super big, broad. That's not something we could get through That's a huge,
Alright.
like, morally,
I've-
you know, like just arguing, just debating the moral side of that would probably take at least 4 to 6 hours. So I'm talking about like a small thing that's very like specific, like, you know, like me and JD, we went over crop deaths. And that took us a very long time. So that's just one aspect of,
we didn't go over all of the data.
yeah, we didn't go over the
And that was-
biofuels food
that
thing,
was-
right?
That was before anti-war mindset, who's in the room, came to the table and pretty much doubled the amount of research that we have, proving that a vegan world would result in gargantuan increases in toxic factory monocropping
Right.
and the crop
We're going
deaths
over this
associated
again,
with.
right?
let
Garland,
me-
we've already been through this. Are you going to sit here and lie to me and say that we didn't go through this and you conceded that animal agriculture does more harm to the environment?
No, sir, I never did concede that.
Yeah, you did.
Let me
No, I
ask
didn't.
Wait a second. So I raise livestock, and I use.
So I definitely don't care about your opinion if you raise livestock.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I do.
Did you
care
not watch
about
the
your
debate
opinion.
between me and Garland Farms? There
I
was 4 of
probably
them.
did.
And it ended with Garland Farms admitting to me and Chris Hines live on the air. You can watch it on my YouTube right here. Right here, you can see JD Garland admit that animal agriculture causes more harm to the environment. He did it.
Well, the whole reason
and
that I
he's,
raise
you know.
animals is because I'm remediating land.
Yeah, but the thing is that raising animals caused that land to get screwed up. So
No, it didn't.
you should have been doing that to begin with. You should have been farming consciously. You should have been farming in a way that didn't hurt the environment so hard that you have to continue this nonsense regenerative gardening thing that you guys do, instead of leaving the earth alone and letting it rebuild its own on its own.
Let me interject something. Let me interject something.
Screwed it up to
Because
begin with, so it makes no sense that.
Hang
that
on
you
just a
you-
second.
Can I interject? I want to interject something. So
Yes,
you're
please
saying
interject.
agriculture is screwing up the land. You're basically saying human civilization is screwing up the land. But from what I can see, you're still part of human civilization. You're using the internet. You seem to have a house of some sort. Your girlfriend's smoking, or your wife, or your sister's smoking, whoever she is,
We're
right?
smoking weed,
Okay,
bro.
so you're still part of civilization, right? So you're not leaving it anytime soon. So you're causing.
You want to
stress
see where
on the
we live right
environment.
now? Hey, bro, do you want to see where we live right now?
Oh dear God.
Not particularly. No, I'm not
We're
really interested in you
literally out
personally.
in the middle of the desert.
Hold on a sec. Anti-war
Right.
mindset was trying to make a point while ago. Give him a chance. Give him a chance to say something real quick.
Yeah.
What is it?
I mean, when it comes to these environmental questions, like, this is an extremely broad topic. So you have to actually be more precise when you say, okay, animal agriculture screws the environment. Like, what exactly do you mean?
Okay,
like,
if you're recuperating the farmland, what
It's
happened
not
to it to
farmland.
begin
It's
with?
not farmland. First of all,
Oh
you
my
need
God.
to actually
Semantics,
stop and listen.
lady.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
I'll give you. I'll mute up. I'll give you 5 minutes.
there's a troll in the chat. There's a troll in the chat.
The land that I am on,
Okay.
I now own over 1,000 acres of land that has been used for the last century for coal mining, gravel pit mining, frack mining, and the petroleum industry. And I live on the Utica Shale. This land has been destroyed by over a century of coal mining and subsequent frack mining. There's no farming here. There can't be any farming here because there's no soil here. That's the whole point of remediation.
Okay.
Is
Well, your
returning the land
situation
to
is
its
very
natural
specific,
state.
and it's not what we're talking about here.
It
So
is
this is-
what
Not
we're
everyone
talking
in
about.
the USA lives on a coal mine. So your
This is
No.
special situation is irrelevant
It
to
is
this
not a
This is
conversation.
not special.
No,
This
it's
is not
not
special.
She's saying that she has to remediate some land
No,
that's on
the-
some coal
the-
mine.
no,
Not everyone
she's-
lives on a
telling
coal
me
mine.
no. You're telling me that livestock destroy the land. I'm telling you that I'm actually building the land. And you're sitting there saying, agriculture destroys the land.
Animal
Animal
agriculture.
So
agriculture
your
destroys
cows
it.
are sitting on top of coal tailings, and you
No,
think
they're
that
not
you're
sitting on top of
regenerating
coal
coal
tailings.
tailings by putting your cows on it.
No, that's not
No.
what she said.
I didn't say that at all.
Wait, why are you putting words in her mouth that she didn't say?
I
If you
never
can't
said
win
that.
the argument by what she said, you'll put new words in her mouth. Is that the game?
Garland, we're here to have a discussion.
But you're
Well,
not
then-
discussing anything. What you're
I'm-
doing is you're
I'm
slandering.
just pointing out,
I'm
Jeffrey, I'm just
getting everything out
pointing
I
out the
wanna get
fact
out.
that you're building a straw man, and watching you pile drive a straw man is kind of getting old.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Can I
Okay.
ask you a question, Mr. Vegan Sir, Jeffrey Phillips? Right. So there's certain animals that eat stuff that humans can't consume, and there's like people in the third world who have chickens and pigs, and they need those chickens especially to survive and get protein from eggs, and need to eat the chickens. So what should they do then?
Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I'm just
People
asking
that
a
have
question.
chickens,
Yes,
that's it.
yes, in the third
That's
world.
it. We're talking about people that have
Yeah,
chickens.
people. Yeah, let's just focus on chickens. Like you wanted to break it down. Let's just focus on chickens. People in the third world who have chickens, who
Okay.
raise chickens.
Chickens. I mean, that's not like what's someone having a bunch of chickens in their backyard that are free ranging and leaving some eggs. That I don't really have as much a problem with as I do factory farming, which is where every cow, even cows on little farms, ends up in a factory to get
That's
chopped
untrue.
up into pieces.
That's false. That's false.
Okay.
In case you
So
eat
no,
it.
so
Yeah. But the
That's
overwhelming majority, lady, come on, your little specific.
okay. So sorry.
1%
So
thing
I
is not
want
what
to.
we're
No,
talking
sorry.
about here.
Okay, let me clarify something then.
Hold on, I have
So-
a question.
No,
for Nikki. Do you know
because I was leading
do you
this.
know
No.
how-
No.
you know what animals Garland farms?
I know that.
You know
Um,
how big his
last
farm
year
is?
I know that last year he had chickens and goats.
Yeah.
I have cattle, goats.
Is it
pigs.
like stolen valor if someone claims that they farm more than they do? Do you get like offended if someone claims they like are, a big cattle farmer if they aren't?
It's easy to find out if they are or they aren't.
Yeah. Well, maybe in your world it is, but in my world it's not.
Oh no, it's actually very
Okay.
easy.
Yeah, Garland Farms let thousands of people think that he was a cattle farmer for years until I called him out on it, because a buddy of his slipped up and mentioned that he only had a few goats in his yard. When he was letting people for a year, he didn't correct people when they thought he was a huge cattle farmer. So is that like a stolen valor thing, like a military guy seeing a fake military guy?
How many
offended by
acres?
that?
So do you know the USDA definition of a farm? Do you know what the USDA definition of a farm is?
Tell me.
It is any outfit on the land that produces $1,000 or more income a year. That's the actual definition of a farm in the United States. So I don't give a flying rat's ass what anybody does on their land, because if he's making money off of his
I don't think he's making money
produce-
though. I think he just has a couple goats. Because he's
No,
only
I've
said he's
actually- no, I've
regenerating
actually
his yard
seen-
with
he's
the goats. He
actually-
hasn't said
no,
he's
no, no.
ever sold them
He's
or anything like
actually
that.
filmed his herds and
Why are
his
you
flocks.
banning so
So
many
I've seen-
people in the chat, Garland? Why don't you let people talk?
Because it's a troll. It's a troll.
Okay.
You're a
So-
troll,
so my
dude. This
question-
is all
my question
trolling.
for
What do you
you-
mean?
Philip.
No.
No, please.
My question
Jeffrey.
for you- Hang
Okay,
on.
yes,
I'm just-
anti-war minds or Mr. Pink. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so you're fond of people having free-range chickens. So what principle are you a vegan?
No,
On what
I'm not
principle?
fond of it. It's just far lower on the scale of what pisses me off.
Okay, if there's a situation where people have to eat meat to survive, are you for it or against it?
Absolutely for it.
Okay.
So I'm one
Right,
of those
I'm just-
people.
that defend eating farming animals.
So let me just go back to the
Yeah,
environmental
are you saying
question
that
real
defends
quick.
Farming animals? That I'm
Yes.
okay with
I
people
actually
eating with
left
it in life or death situation? We're not living in
I
a life or
left
death
it-
situation.
I left a career in nursing because I was sick eating a plant-based diet that was
Oh,
literally
please.
killing me. Oh, no, please. I was ending up in the
Prove it.
hospital.
Some way, prove it in one way.
I spent 15 years maxed out on 60 milligrams of prednisone every single day. a shot of
You had
Solumetrol
body
every
problems. You had all
Saturday.
kinds of problems. You can't
I'm
just
sorry?
throw. You had problems already.
Yeah, you know what caused the problem?
So again,
I'm
your little
folate
1
intolerant.
percentile problem has nothing to do with what
No.
me and Garland are talking
No,
about.
it
Your
has
little
exactly-
anecdotes aren't like concrete
Excuse
evidence
me.
for a meat-based
The
diet.
whole
Everything we
reason-
know about science
Okay.
says that more meat is more death. Like you
No,
die
it's
more.
No,
not.
no,
You guys.
Let's discuss the science, right? Let
Give
me
me a break. You guys are all Joe Rogan wannabe, like fucking. You guys just follow.
I
Listen.
don't like Joe Rogan. I
Yeah,
don't.
me
I don't like
neither.
Joe
Me
Rogan. You're
neither.
assuming a lot. You're assuming a lot about
Yeah.
us.
He's
You
controlled.
No, I don't.
Listen,
His
Jeffrey.
propaganda, though.
Jeffrey.
You're
No,
parroting
I'm
his
not.
He's
It's what
controlled
propaganda.
opposition.
What
He's the
propaganda?
first guy who was big who started saying, "Oh, all the studies about meat are wrong." Blah 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 blah. And you're all parroting that
Yes.
stuff. You're like
Well,
flat
I don't
earthers up
have
here
to
with your
parrot.
anti-science.
Okay,
I
no,
don't
no, no,
have
no,
to
no, no, no,
parrot.
no, 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 no. Sorry, let me interject. Let me
You're a
interject.
nurse.
Let-
You're
No,
telling
no, no,
people
no,
should
no.
eat more meat and dairy. You're insane. That's absolutely
Okay.
insane.
Look.
You're a nurse
Look.
and you're
Correlation
gonna
is
tell
not
people to eat
causation.
more meat and
Correlation
dairy.
is not causation.
Tell you that. I am absolutely going to tell
Alright.
you that because that is my lived experience.
Because I heard you talking earlier, and you seemed to think that everybody was going on the food pyramid. Do you think that,
No,
that
I
a
never
large
said
amount
that.
of the U.S. were on the food pyramid, and that's what made them all fat?
No, I never mentioned the food pyramid, and you're
I
lying.
you didn't say pyramid specifically, but you
I
said
didn't.
the ADA's
said-
diet
Hey,
is the food
listen.
pyramid.
No, that's
Listen.
not what I said. I
Garland,
said the American
Garland, can I
Heart
say
Association
something?
and the American
Okay, hold on.
Garland.
Diabetic Association,
Garland.
their
Okay.
dietary guidelines. I
Garland.
never
They tell
said
people to eat
anything
meat.
about the food pyramid.
A
Garland.
shitty standard American diet, basically. They tell people.
No.
Garland.
American
Okay,
Heart
everyone-
Association gives terrible
pause
health
for-
advice.
pause for a
I'm
moment.
sorry,
Pause.
lady.
Pause for a moment.
Garland.
Pause for a moment.
Like you're taking advice from the people that own the hospitals. They don't want you to
Garland.
be healthy.
Jeffrey.
No
That's
shit.
Jeffrey-
You don't say.
Jeffrey,
That's
hold on.
absolutely batshit.
Jeffrey, hold
Garland.
on. Okay.
Listen,
anti-war
listen.
mindset.
Listen, this is a
What,
train
Garland? You
wreck.
just said Jeffrey 8 times. What?
Hey,
I'm asking you to hush for a moment,
Okay.
yeah.
please.
I'll mute myself.
So, yeah, exactly. So either we discuss the environment or we discuss the health because we're just jumping from topic to topic. Like it's not structured. You need to have
I
a
honestly
structure.
don't think he's capable of sticking with anything because number one, he's high, and number two, he has an agenda.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
But also, we got to stop using personal antidotes because I actually reject vegan personal antidotes, and it's just he says, she says, and it's pointless, right? So let's leave out personal health antidotes from this completely.
Yeah. We can talk about health. So he made claims about health. All the science says eating meat is unhealthy or whatever claim he just made. Let me just destroy him on that, okay?
Thank you.
Just give let us just give some data point, right? So let us talk about the Adventist Health Study too, right? And this is a study that actually vegans love to cite, right? They love this study so much. Oh, it shows that eating meat is unhealthy and all this stuff. Actually, when you look at the raw, unadjusted data, it shows the exact opposite. The highest mortality rate from all causes are actually the vegans in that study. When you look at the raw, unadjusted data, when you do actually the mortality rate calculations, which everybody can do.
Do you have links to that?
Yeah, I can show that real quick. Wait a second.
Yeah, bring it up, actually. You can present it.
Yeah, I can present
definitely, if you're going to be quoting studies, you need to pull it up so we can all see it.
We'll put it on the screen,
What do you
and
mean,
we'll put a
like
link.
this? Like, look at the raw, unadjusted data. Like the data is just adjusted for a reason.
It depends on the data.
Listen, let me talk about the
No data. For one,
adjustment.
there's no data that you're talking about. You're saying vegans are in this study.
Can you
pull it up?
Can you see that shit?
It's there now.
Okay, I hope it's on screen right now. So yeah, I talk about this And
Can you name the study so I can actually pull it up and actually look at it, not just some clip that could have easily been changed or something like that?
change? Like, what are you talking about, man?
Just give them a
Give
link.
me the link to the
The
freaking
link is
study,
the link
dude.
is at the top of the screenshot.
Like, do you know how to debate? You're supposed to like present. You're supposed to.
This is a very, very loose debate. It's a discussion. We're trying to be civil without using a bunch of debate tricks to.
What do you
we
mean
want to make the
debate
animals.
tricks? That's how you
I think
actually come to a conclusion
the
instead of
animals
just
don't
throwing
benefit
out
from
the
debate
answers and
tricks.
shit.
Listen, I think the study title is the association between red meat and processed meat intake and all-cause cardiovascular and cancer mortality in the
Okay,
Adventist
where's the
health.
vegan part of that?
It is
You
the
just said
zero.
they were vegan. There would say in that they would see also with vegans.
It says zero intake. They mean zero intake of unprocessed meat, right? So they have like five groups, right? So they have the zero intake of meat, then they have the first quartile, the second and third and fourth quartile. So basically increasing the meat consumption in these quartiles, right? And here's the number of deaths, right? So they followed these people and they tracked the number of deaths, right? When you actually do the calculation with the raw unadjusted data, the highest all-cause mortality rate is in the vegan group or in the vegetarian, no meat, zero meat group.
Let
And
him
as you
have some
go,
beef here and just put him in bed.
and as you go up in the quartiles here, increasing the meat consumption, it actually is lower and lower and lower the mortality rate. Okay, so this would be the raw unadjusted data. What actually happened in reality? What the so-called scientists did is they fudged the numbers by reporting the exact opposite. Okay.
All right.
And let me tell you the problem.
You've gone for a while. So
No, I haven't gone from a while. I'm not finished yet, because you want to make the point about adjustment, right? You can actually easily distort data like that, because again, what actually happened in reality is that we saw the lowest mortality rates among the highest meat eating group, and yet these authors report the exact opposite, which is fraud. Okay, because when you do multivariate regression, which is what they do in these models, there's omitted variable bias. Okay, you cannot adjust for all the variables. Okay, there's also this thing called multicollinearity, which basically means that the independent variables are intercorrelated. So you cannot iron out which has what kind of impact on the outcome, because they're all intercorrelated. Like, for example, the variable male gender with red meat intake, which is positively correlated, but male gender is also correlated with mortality, higher mortality on its own. So we cannot iron out which has like what kind of impact, which is the problem with the multivariate regression in this particular study, right? So it's better to look at the absolute the raw unadjusted outcome data, which shows that the vegans are actually having the highest mortality rates as opposed to the meat eaters. So there you go. This is just one data point. What do you say to that?
Okay.
Huh?
Well, for one, let's meet next week, and I'll take a look at this study since I'm not familiar with it, and we can talk about it next week, and we could compare our findings then. But if this is a study where the scientists can flub the numbers, then it's a very low quality study, because the studies that I'm talking about, that I'm coming here with, are meta studies. They're studies on studies, where like if any bad flubbed data happens, there's a pattern. When you study 2,000 studies, there's a pattern in the truth that comes out. And when you have
Not
a study
necessarily.
where one study, now stop, I was be quiet for you, so please. So if you have a study where you're saying these scientists messed up the data and got to these numbers, then this is a very low quality study. And that's not what I'm here with. I'm here with 200 years of science, studies upon studies upon studies, where they know the truth and they can see when some sort of outside influence, money, some kind of, some sort of outside influence is messing with the numbers, and they'll take that study out of the equation. So you're talking about one low quality study, but I will be here next week to give my opinion about that study after I've seen it. You kind of pointing at a page and giving your opinion of what the study says is really, this is like,
you can calculate this yourself,
science,
right?
Okay,
bro.
You can
can I
calculate
ask you
the raw
something, Jeffrey?
unadjusted data
I'll
mortality
meet you
rates
here
yourself.
Next week, we'll talk about it next week. You can't just bombard me with a study and expect me to understand or even say anything to it. You got a bunch of people in the chat, Garland, in the secret chat, waiting for you. But yeah, this isn't. You can't just. You're not doing science here, bro. If that's what you think you're doing, like
you're not doing science either. You made bold assertions about proof about the health of meat.
Week,
you're not doing science.
And I'll come back and we'll see what caliber of study this is, what kind of study this is, and see
It's
how
the Adventist Health Study cohort mortality outcomes. Like what all vegans love, right? They love this study, and it actually proves our point.
Me. I'm someone right here. You can't generalize me like Garland Farms. He loves doing that and wasting all our time all day.
By the way, I also can present systematic reviews, like the systematic review that I showed last stream, which shows that if we go on plant-based diets, there's going to be micronutrient deficiencies. How about that?
That's nonsense. All micronutrients. What are you talking about, dude?
All micronutrients?
Let's see the study. Show me the study. I'll fit into my schedule to look at this one also and meet you again next week.
Link that study, but also
link the study.
Please link the study. And
he hasn't
also
linked either of the studies yet. Like, where are these studies?
Well,
two studies. Give me the links.
He's got the links, but also I wanted to ask you, what are the 3 stages at which bias can be injected into a meta-analysis?
Have no idea.
Cultural and institutional bias.
Yeah, but as I just explained, it gets worked out when they see bias.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It depends on the institution doing the science. There might be a cultural bias in science.
No, it doesn't.
It is true. Yes, it is.
Because when you do a study of like 3,000 studies, it's not just one group or one side of it. But this is all.
First of all, what sort of science are we talking about? What sort of science are we talking about? Are we talking about in social sciences? In social sciences, you can have bias.
Give me the links.
So you're
I'm
wrong.
not talking until I get the links.
So may I ask a question of you, Jeffrey? So why does the World Health
Not until I get the links.
No.
You guys are scared. If you can't show your evidence immediately, you obviously have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'm going to ask you about some evidence, because for years the World Health Organization said that a vegan diet was acceptable.
Who gives a shit about? Why are you guys scared of some old kook? You guys are all horrified of these rich guys ignoring the real problem, which is the government. You guys all pay your taxes off to the government.
You are incredibly rude and incapable of respectful conversation, number one.
Yeah, well, I'm on Garland Farms' channel right now, lady. If you want to come to my channel, you can, and we can have a nice conversation. But as long as you're up here with a bunch of carnists, this is how you're going to get me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm
come to my channel
so
every Friday.
Whatever.
We go live, a bunch of vegans, and you could talk all the shit to us you can, and we're actually very nice over there, unlike Garland Farms.
So
I don't think so.
I don't think you're someone I actually want to talk to. But the question is, why doesn't the World Health Organization still promote veganism as a diet that's acceptable for everybody?
Why would I give a shit about that doesn't make any difference. Like,
They
what
came up
difference
with
do
a
you think
bunch of
that makes? If
studies. They have
some
like
institution says
160
something,
They have 160
if some
studies
institution says something,
listed
that
up there.
doesn't mean it's the truth, lady. That just means a
Exactly
bunch of
right.
rich guys
That's my
decided to
point.
push it on
Thank you
people.
for finally admitting that. That's exactly
Okay.
right. Those studies
You're
don't mean
scared of all
anything.
Okay, can I ask you something then? Can't I go back to you and say there's rich people trying to push the
Where's
vegan
the link?
diet on society? I can say
Where's
that.
the
Just
link?
you're claiming that rich people are trying to push meat eating diets on people. I can turn around and claim to you that rich people are trying to push the vegan diet onto everyone. Right? So you're making a claim. I can make
Who's
a claim
pushing the
right
vegan
back at
diet?
you.
Have you been to a supermarket ever in your life? It's
No,
all
vegan
I
foods
haven't.
get
dairy,
pushed.
bro. I don't know what
No,
you're
no,
talking
no, no,
about.
no, no, no. Lots of vegan foods get pushed now.
Nonstop. No,
No,
absolutely
no,
not.
no.
Can
And
you
sugar-free
share,
gets pushed
can you
as
share
well.
my
bro.
screen?
You're in the UK.
Sugar-free gets pushed
We're
as
all
well.
in the USA. So again,
Can-
your
can you-
anecdote, which you already said is isn't irrelevant, is irrelevant.
Can
Well,
you, can you,
yours
can
is
you share my
irrelevant as
screen?
well. Then
In the USA, we don't have a ton of vegan food at the supermarket. There's a tiny section. It's probably 2% of the supermarket food. So
the
where
produce
is
department of
okay?
the
So
supermarket
hold on.
isn't
Do you guys
vegan?
think government is pushing
Wait,
veganism?
hold on.
Do you guys think government is pushing veganism?
Yeah, actually,
They
it is.
are.
You do. They are. That's why they spend trillions on subsidies for meat, because they're pushing veganism. What planet are you guys on?
What subsidies?
Do you guys have lipemia or something?
Wait.
All this
what
fat
subsidies?
you eat is like clogging your brain cells. None of this
No.
makes
I
sense.
want to know what
These things you're
subsidies you're
saying.
talking about, because I farm
Right.
and I
The
What
food industry in
subsidies?
general. Look,
Are
stop. Food in general gets subsidies,
There's
meat
no
and
vegetarian
vegetables.
subsidies in the USA.
There's farming in Europe. Look, in farming in Europe, meat and vegetables get subsidies, and
Your
dairy products.
anecdote
It all
is
gets
irrelevant
subsidies.
to the conversation
Well, your
going
anecdotes
on
are relevant
here.
then. Your anecdotes are relevant then. If my anecdotes are
I'm not
relevant, yours
using
is.
anecdote.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Anecdote, not
Can you share
antidote.
my screen? Garland, can you share the screen? My screen.
Is the one that says saturated fat? Saturated
Send
fat?
me the links
Yeah.
so I
Yeah,
can
it's
look
up.
at them
It's been up.
myself, and we will
It's
talk
up.
about them next week.
It's
We'll
funny
see
how you dictate the
how
schedule on
strong
somebody else's channel.
Yeah, maybe I'm also like having some other appointments that day, right? But
of course,
anyway,
you're not going to be able to make it, right? Well, I'll come back on Garland. If Garland goes live, I'll come back and I'll do
listen,
it without you.
you made the bold health
You're
claims,
not going
right?
to show up.
You made the both.
You engaged with a debate with me. You presented evidence. Now I obviously need to look at the evidence and respond.
So
Well,
I'm
you
looking
made
right
bold
now.
claims.
This is like this groupthink shit. You guys all show each other garbage, and you make up stuff about it, and then you guys all
Hey,
think it's
there's a problem. There's a problem. No, listen. There's a problem here. No, shut up, gobshite. Okay, we've been patient with you.
I'll mute myself.
Okay.
All right. I'll show you patience.
Okay. Right. So you claim the studies that you've just been shown are bullshit, but you haven't looked at them yet. So how do you know they're bullshit? Explain that. You just assume they are because you're a vegan and you've got some sort of psychological. Yes, you just did. You did.
And see what
You just did. You claimed they're bullshit. Don't gaslight me. Jesus Christ. You vegans are nutcases. This is gaslighting, lying, obfuscation, straw manning. You're a bunch of lunatics.
Trying to get the evidence that's presented to me so I can actually look at it, so you guys can stop deceiving people.
Garland, can you send that in the chat or so?
Link for the study.
Can I what?
In this private chat?
Can you
we all
give
have
that in the
chat?
chat?
Put them in there. It's
the
really
private
easy.
chat is being spammed, though. The private chat is being spammed. That's the problem.
Okay.
It's being spammed with like weird shit.
They don't give me any option to ban the people that are posting in there.
Not to send me the link.
Post a link. Can you post links in the YouTube stream instead?
So I'm looking at the USDA website, and the only thing I find is grants for meat processing. I don't find any subsidies for meat. And since I'm a meat producer, you'd think that I'd know about this shit since I'm one of the officers of my local extension service. So what are you talking about? Subsidies for meat?
If you're having to look this up, you clearly have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
Corn
which
and
is
soy
why
is
I know they don't
subsidized. Is that a part of
exist.
farming? Yes,
so
it
you're
is.
sitting here lying
plenty of
about
other
my
stuff.
profession. And
Listen,
all I
Farming
see here
subsidies.
is
Farming
pushing
subsidies
for
is a broad
new meat
topic.
processors.
Boring.
listen, the whole thing to do with
Send me the link. Put
the
link in the
forces,
private chat.
the whole
Yeah,
thing, the whole
Why are
thing to
you
do.
scared to put the link in the
Put the
private
link
chat?
in the YouTube chat, please,
Baffling
darlings.
me.
Just put
No,
in the
put it in
YouTube
the
chat.
fucking
I don't
private
have
chat.
the link. This
It's
is
right
this
there.
is anti-war
Trying to
mindset. Got the
find
link.
Anti-war,
This
anti-mind
is so
war. Open
typical
up
of
the.
you guys. You
Can
guys
you mute
never
this?
have
Can you
the
mute this
links to
vegan,
your
please? Can
study.
you mute this vegan for 30 seconds? I'm trying to speak. Okay.
Jeffrey,
Anti-war
Me to
mindset.
mute myself.
Anti-war
Jeffrey, will
mind
you
war.
That's how these things work.
Jeffrey, will you hush for a moment?
God,
Thanks.
so rude.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Anti-war mindset. Get your links. Open up the YouTube tab with the stream and just put the links in there. And you can get it from there. If you want some, everyone can get them. It's transparency. Everyone can see the links that you want to share with
Yeah.
everyone. Just put it in the YouTube stream in the chat.
I'm not logged in with my YouTube account right now. That's the thing.
All right. I guess do it later then. In the comments.
Yeah.
You want to? You want to? Can you email me those links and I'll put them up?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. I put up one link, Ran. Wait a second.
The thing about you vegans, you've got this weird smug attitude that you're having fun, you're trolling. You don't come across as someone who really cares about animals and sentient life. You're just like this jokey little smug little troll.
That's
Take
exactly
them into
right.
the house. I will be in there in a while.
What was that? Okay, let me say something. My throat is kind of sore right now.
Where have you deduced that one, my sir? I don't
Interacting
like
with you
animals.
lot. No, you don't care about them.
Huh? Did you say
you don't really care about them?
Because I'm not a lot. I'm a one person. I'm not a lot. So
Yeah, but
again,
you're part of the vegan cult, though, aren't you? You're part of the vegan collective.
At least I'm not a death cult like you guys. At least we're not a death cult or a blood cult.
What do you mean
or a
death
sacrifice cult?
So every single carnivore.
Yeah, you didn't like that one, did you?
No, I don't care. I don't care.
Jeffrey, let me say something. Let me say something. Jeffrey, you make a bunch of claims, right? And you basically, when I challenge you on these claims, you run away immediately. So just stick to one topic, right? Stick to either health, the environment.
The topic is put the link to.
I posted it to Garland, so he might do that. Hello?
You're up here lying.
I'm not lying.
You can't prove, bro. If you're going to be presenting evidence, you have to prove that the evidence actually exists, and you can't even do it. And I've been asking
it. No. He presented the evidence. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut up. He showed the evidence on the stream.
Somebody who's obviously too high to have a civil discussion.
Okay, I'm posting the link. Posting the link in the comments.
I can tell you why, because we can't find any sane vegans. This is the best they can offer.
This is not good.
What I wanted to say about that study in particular is that it shows that it is an overview of a systematic reviews, right? Very high standard of evidence, and it looks at like saturated fat and like health outcomes.
Okay, what's the second one? Give me the second one now.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I need you the title. Can't you not Google that shit?
Jesus fucking Christ. Give me the it's a link. We're on the internet, bro. You're presenting stuff.
Just email it to me and I'll post it. We don't want to give him any technicality to get off on.
So what psychological reason are you a vegan? What compels you to be a vegan? I'm just curious.
What compels you to be a vegan?
What?
What compels you to be a vegan?
What do you mean? What compels me to be?
What psychological issues do you have?
Questions. I'm here to get this link, so I can come back next week, and we can talk about this.
Come back next week, honestly. If you
I
come
do
back,
not
I
care
will
if you don't
not
show
win
up.
my
I will not lose any sleep if you don't show up, lady.
Nobody
You
will
don't have
lose
to be here.
if you don't show up.
Jeffrey, have you ever heard of
Where's the other
the
link,
pathology?
sir?
I sent
Have
it
you
to
heard-
Garland in his email right now.
What's the name of that study on the authoritarian mindset? The pathology of the authoritarian mindset from the 50s.
It was done by Adorno.
What's more authoritarian than
Yeah.
killing people needlessly, or killing
Oh.
sentient beings
Well,
needlessly when you?
Well, the
That's
thing-
what you do. That's what
authoritarian
vegans
than
do. That's what
Yeah, but
vegans
the thing
do.
is,
That's what
life eats
Excuse me?
life. Life eats
Garland
life.
Farms already
Tigers-
admitted that animal
Yes.
ag does more harm to the
I'm
environment.
Tigers
you-
authoritarian.
I'm posting the next link in the comments now.
Our tigers
Garland,
authoritarian
why do
then
you
for
always
eating
yell
prey.
when I start pointing?
Our tigers authoritarian then for eating prey.
Oh, there's the
What?
nutrivore also.
Are you comparing humans with?
Yeah,
Carnivores? What do
we're
you mean? They're not
animals. Humans are
carnivores.
animals, though. We're animals. We're animals just like them. We're just more intelligent.
Yes,
That's
but
all.
we're smarter than that, and we're living right now in a time when we could get by without killing animals. So,
No,
what do
can't.
you mean?
Even like the
So
That's an extraordinary claim.
Because lions,
exactly.
vegans are wrong because
That's an
lions.
extraordinary
That's
claim.
your argument, bro.
No,
That's
but I'm
your
just saying.
argument.
That's an
Vegans are
extraordinary
wrong
claim. Do you
because
have any evidence to back it up?
evidence
My
to
You can't
back
even be a
what up?
vegetarian.
Oh
My
no!
argument
Next
is
week
that
we'll
I
have plenty
6
of
kids
evidence.
and I'm not
Next
dying
week,
because you want me to
when
eat
we come back
kale.
after looking at your evidence.
Anti-war
I don't
mindset.
eat
Do you have
kale.
that,
What does that have to do with
study that
anything? Again, you're
specifically looked
generalizing
at a
me
vegan
using
future?
anecdotes.
I don't care if
So-
it's anecdote or not.
What?
That is my
So-
argument.
listen, man.
So can I just say I'm going to go now?
All
So I
right.
just want to say one thing before I go.
You guys are
So
boring.
from what I've seen,
Bye.
this is all. This is no, okay. This is what I've seen from vegans today: penis pictures, people jacking off, and weirdos high on drugs, being
Well,
smug.
he's gone, so let's
gloating.
have a civil discussion now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
vegans are not sending their best, obviously.
That is their best.
They don't have any best anymore. They've all lost their collective mind.
Well, yeah. Again, if
Anyway,
listen,
I've got to go.
okay.
Can we go back to the
Thanks.
study that you brought up, anti-war, that with the second SDA study? Can you finish saying
the
what
stuff.
you were talking about before?
Yeah, but with the saturated fat.
Yes.
Okay, wait. I hope you can see that. Can you see that?
No.
Yes, we can see it now. Look,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this overview over systematic reviews on saturated fat looks at absolute risk, right? People don't understand that there's absolute risk and there's relative risk. So, for example, you might read in some newspaper or in some tabloid, oh, eating meat raises the risk of getting heart disease by 100% or so. So this is like the relative risk, right? But this doesn't say anything. This is completely useless information because it could just be that, like, instead of one person out of 100,000, it's 2 people in 100,000 that got heart disease, like in the meat group, right? So it's a double, right? It could just be from 1 to 2 people,
Right.
and that is 100% increase in relative risk. So that doesn't mean shit. So we look at the absolute risk, and this study basically, which is an overview over systematic reviews, and it basically says here, systematic reviews investigating the impact of saturated fatty acids on mortality and major cancer and cardiometabolic outcomes almost universally suggest very small absolute changes in risk. And the data is based primarily on low and very low certainty evidence, basically epidemiology, right?
Right.
Which is so not only is the absolute risk like very low, but also the quality of the evidence that we have on this question is very bad, actually. So this is just one example of like these vegan claims or saturated fat is so bad. Like come on. What is the Nutrivore saying? Anti-war, you are out of lunch on this point. Do you think it's going to be statistically significant? Even if that doesn't mean clinically significant, though, doesn't mean shit in the real world, right?
So in your research, when you look at those studies, when you go back to the sources where they get their meta-analyses from, do they tell you where they source the saturated fat from?
Wait.
Because okay, so when you butcher a steer,
Yeah.
and you're taking the suet off the steer, there's raw suet, and then if you render it, you have tallow. And then if you use some of that in the canning process, like let's say you're doing commercial canning of beef or pork or whatever, and you leave some fat in that, well, then that stuff is highly processed with high heat. And so that fat is already damaged. And
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I want to ask. I want to answer some Nutrivore question. I just gave an example. It wasn't. I just pulled some number out of my real end, right? I didn't with the 100,000. With the 1 out of 100,000. Of course, it's not going to be.
Do any of those studies take those 100,000 people and actually tell you where they're sourcing that fat, and whether it's processed, whether it's hydrogenated, whether
No, of course not. Of course they're not. They cannot track that really.
So it's basically a worthless study anyway from the foundation of it.
Yeah, but again, like the Nutrivore wants to say something like, again, I just gave an example about the difference between relative risk and absolute risk,
which is very low anyway.
Yeah. So regardless of statistical significance, of course, my particular example that I gave is not statistically significant, right?
Right.
Causal inference on the subject, we don't have any causal studies.
Right.
We don't have any causal studies on this issue, on like diet and human health outcomes. We don't have any causal studies. That is also another point. I mean, Nutrivore, would you dispute that? Seriously? Any cause and effect studies?
I'm going to post the link for Nutrivore so he can come on.
Concede, please. But what should I concede?
How do I get on this train wreck show?
Yeah, the train wreck was because of vegans, right? They were like sabotaging the stream and shit.
Hilarious.
Gotta love people who talk in emojis.
Testing. All right.
What does this mean? BRT. What does this mean?
Be right there.
Oh, okay. Oh man, my throat is sore.
Emotional damage. All right, so he's on the way. Hopefully it's
Okay.
hopefully
nonsense.
It seems like it's him. If it's the porn guy, then he did a pretty good job of imitating.
I don't think it's him, but I don't know.
Well, maybe it's not. There's got to be some way to check, right? Maybe in the comments from the YouTube.
Hmm.
All right. No, they don't really make it easy for you to verify
who's there. This private
Yeah,
chat.
you cannot really verify when you have like questionnaire studies. How are you gonna ascertain what they have eaten? It's not possible.
Well, the only way that would be possible is if they were in a clinical setting. Nobody's going to stay in a clinical setting.
Yeah, not for like years and decades.
No.
Which is why we don't have these kinds of causal studies. We don't have that. It's that simple.
All I know is that when I first started researching this stuff, back when I was changing my dietary stuff, was I went back to 1900 to look at all-cause mortalities.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a woman at Duke University, and I wish I could still find her original research, but it's not there anymore. But I looked at the records from the USDA, or what became the USDA, and the Department of Commerce, and the census records, and it turned out that both the U.S. Census and the Department of Commerce kept track of livestock and animal food production in the United States during that time. We had no metabolic diseases to speak of in society. Most people who were dying back then were dying either of accidental death, pneumonia, or TB, and most of those people were in urban settings. And we were eating 20 pounds of butter a year. Holy crap. I'm in Ohio and I can see the aurora right now. There goes our sun. But we were eating 20 pounds of butter a year and nobody had heart disease. And I can't find those same kind of records anymore for our livestock production today. Not the same quality of record keeping that we had a century ago. And I wish that we could, because that would actually give us a better indication. The closest I've ever gotten is finding out that today, in the United States at least, we eat around 3 pounds of butter a year. And it's usually during the holidays. So really and honestly, you can't track the impact of foodstuffs on people with any reliable outcome. And vegans inevitably go back to the whole thing about the standard American diet, but they never want to talk about the fact that, the standard American diet is actually plant-based.
Bingo.
So how you can sit there and say that my diet is better because all I eat is plants, but the standard American diet is squarely plant-based. So that's as close as we're going to get to any kind of evidentiary, it feels like. And it just ends up leading to this giant circular discussion that goes nowhere.
So
Truly.
when is the Nutrivore coming on?
Well, I thought he was coming on, but we've got it looks like a pair of trolls in there. One has shown up claiming to want to debate Nick, but Nick is supposed to be Nutrivore, so it's the wrong channel.
Yeah,
they're trying to
I don't
sabotage.
know.
They're trying to sabotage the show again.
So maybe it's not the Nutrivore, then. I don't know, man. Who knows?
Oh, he just changed his. But you see, there's no thumbnail either. Right.
That's I don't know.
Yeah, this is I can't let either one of them on without verifying who they are somehow.
Yeah,
So
that's important.
Can
yeah,
you
we're
have
not going to waste.
a live screenshot to your email? Would that work?
What is it?
A live screenshot to your email?
Can they send a live screenshot to my email?
Yeah, would that help you to verify them?
I don't know. Would it would give them my email account while they're actively trying to
Oh, probably not a great idea.
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, probably not. You think about it.
Yeah,
And Nutrivore,
they have many accounts. They evidently have a lot of accounts.
yeah.
So you cannot verify whether or not it's Nutrivore.
No, when he first came on, it was Nick down there, and then he renamed it. But of course, he didn't have the Nutrivore thumbnail or anything. All that would be automatic, just like Mickey. She came on, everything's named for her because that's the stuff that comes from her YouTube channel, I assume, right?
Yep, it sure
So,
does.
yeah. So it's obvious, they didn't put any effort into it other than putting Nick up there, and it's ridiculous. I mean, this is what the vegans. That's why sometimes it may seem like you debate a vegan or you discuss things with a vegan, and you get to the end and you feel like, well, that was a total waste of time. But if you take a step back and look and see the way they acted, the way they presented themselves, the way they represented veganism, like what Jeffrey just did, it's actually a win. It's actually a win because they completely discredit themselves. They discredit veganism. They embarrass, what if there are good vegans out there, those people are unfairly shamed by association.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of vegans they should really call this stuff out if they,
Well, can they really call it out?
Nutrivore is saying in the private chat that he can verify by us hearing his voice. But I don't think there's any way to bring him on without giving him the opportunity to show his, to change his thumbnail to some
Ridiculous.
porn or something. Yeah, Nutrivore's asking me in the private chat, are you serious? And yeah, Nick, I am, because this is what we had to start over
3 times.
3 times tonight. So yeah, we're serious. And now Nutrivore's in the private chat saying, does that sound like something I would do? But he's not getting it. That's not the point. I have no idea that it's you, Nick. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not ridiculous because I ended up with a dick pic in my face while one of my kids was walking up to my truck.
Exactly.
So no, it's not ridiculous.
Yeah. If you want to tell anyone that it's ridiculous, tell the vegans to stop trying to sabotage the Garland Farms channel by posting porn on the live streams, as it happened. And we're not going to let that happen again. Yeah, Nutrivore, he's got a camera. I know Nick, he does other venues that would require a camera, so he could. That's how I was able to let Jeffrey on. At least he showed his face before I let him on, and
well,
no,
so
yeah.
what have you been up to this last year, JD?
Oh, hold on. It looks like it is him.
Oh, okay. Coolness.
Oh no, wait. Now he's flipping me off.
Oh yeah, that's adult. That's really lovely.
Wait, go back, Nick. Let me see you again.
And please don't be rude.
Nick. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to take a chance. Is that you, Nick?
Jesus Christ, dude. Like, okay. So first things first, I'll get to you in a second, but first things first, I wanted to talk to Anti-War Mindset about like what he said about the saturated fat thing. So you concede that the example that you gave, Anti-War Mindset, the example that you gave was like not representative of any statistics upon which anybody bases any causal inference, correct?
I could have also given the example of like 1 out of 1,000.
I don't even think that would be statistically significant. Like, you realize that when we see these statistically significant numbers, we're dealing with larger populations and larger event rates, right? It's not like 1 out of 100,000 versus 2 out of 100,000, right? You realize that, right?
This wasn't really my point, though. I wanted to make the difference. But
you can see that the point doesn't make much sense, right?
No, my point was basically showing the difference between absolute risk and relative risk.
Okay, can you give me those calculations, by the way? Absolute risk versus relative risk. Can you show me how they're done? Just give me an absolute risk calculation right now, please. Just pull one off the top of your head. Absolute risk. Tell me how the calculation is done.
Wait a second. Shit. Where is it?
Wait, you don't know? You're looking it up?
Yeah, sometimes
you're trying to tell people, illustrate the difference between absolute risk and relative risk, and you don't even understand how the calculation works?
So why don't you enlighten us, since you obviously know everything? I'll even give you a hint.
What was the question? Was there a question for me? Sorry.
Yeah. I said enlighten us. You obviously know the answer.
Well, no, I'm waiting for him. It's his burden. It's not my burden. I want him to explain it to me.
So what is the probability?
Yeah, what wasn't it?
20 years.
What wasn't it like I basically did before, right? With the Adventist Health 2 study.
I'm just waiting for the calculation.
Yeah,
like,
so
pull one out of your ass. Pull one out of your ass. Just make up a calculation.
God.
Yeah. So you have like number of like these, I don't know, heart disease events, right? Or adverse health outcomes in a meat group, for example, versus in a control group or whatever, and then divided by the number in that group. You mean that?
Just give me like the formula. That's all I'm asking for. And literally all I'm asking for is just the formula.
That was kind of the formula.
Wait. So events divided by total people in a group? You think that's one of either one of those formulas? Are you serious?
No, the number of events
Mm-hmm.
in a treatment group divided by the number in that group.
Yeah,
Isn't
and what risk calculation do you think that this is?
the absolute risk.
That is not how absolute risk is calculated, by the way. Okay. That's kind of funny. No, that's not even close to either calculation.
But how can you calculate anything when you know that there's a chance that a person will die from a different cause?
I don't care about that question. I just want this guy to give me something that actually makes sense.
Because there's no way to calculate absolute risk in human beings because
wait. Do you mean that? Wait, you said there's no way to calculate absolute risk?
No. It's a
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, I'm going based on what the National Institutes of Health say. Absolute risk is a probability of an event, usually calculated by dividing the number of events that have occurred in any group by the number of people in that group, which is exactly what anti-war just got through saying.
Yeah,
you laughed
exactly.
at him, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And then it says that it's also known that it is a cumulative incidence. Absolute risk is a crude risk because it doesn't account for the chance that a person will die from any other cause before developing the disease of interest. So it's a bullshit calculation to begin with, and you're laughing at him because he actually did state it correctly, and you said
no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said exactly what I've highlighted. The probability of an event, usually calculated by dividing the number of events that have occurred in a group, he said control group, by the number of people in that group, which he also said, and you laughed at him and said he didn't say it.
No, he didn't actually say it. He didn't actually say it correctly.
He did say it. He said it exactly.
No, that is actually not how the calculation is done.
Well, according to the National Institutes of Health, and I'm sitting here reading it right off the screen, they say you're wrong.
Okay.
So who are you kidding?
Absolute risk is calculated by the number of events divided, so you have
it's the probability of an event. It says here
the probability is the end. The probability is the end product of the calculation.
No, it's not. Usually calculated by dividing the number of events that have occurred by the number of people in that group. That's exactly what he said to you, and you told him that he was wrong. I'm reading it right off the screen from the National Institutes of Health. So you're full of shit, off the mark.
Okay, just give me a second right here.
So point out the error which supposedly I made, right? I mean, you were laughing, so you know it better, apparently.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, just give me a second.
But he doesn't, because I'm looking at the very source of it, and they say he's full of shit. I'm so sick of these guys. It's really easy. Just put absolute risk into a Google search on the NCBI website, and that's what comes up. Word for word. It's a probability. It's a crude calculation.
Yeah, it's sort of like what I said earlier about the Adventist Health study too, with the raw unadjusted data, where you basically calculate the mortality rate by taking the number of death incidents and dividing that by the number in the group, right? And then multiplying by 100. And that's like
to be clear, that's not exactly what you said initially.
That is what he said initially.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think so, actually. I think so.
That's exactly what he said. And he actually specified that it had to do with what he had already pulled up in the study that he was looking at regarding saturated fats. Right. So off the bat, you're full of shit because you're slandering people.
No,
Yes,
that's not
because
true.
you're slandering people and saying they didn't say what they did say.
Listen, you also have to consider, man, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Jesus. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you did have your
But
coffee.
so my original point was that like the relative risk calculation that he was trying to produce was farcical in the face of like the evidence that is like universally brought to bear in that field that forms the basis of any fucking causal inference. So can I get a concession that that is representative of absolutely no data from which anybody credible forms a causal inference within that field? Okay, so I'm not going to get a concession on that?
I wasn't even making some grand point that you tried.
I don't care what the qualitative like assessment of the point was. The point was wrong. So can I get a concession about it?
The point was not wrong.
Here's sort of what I wanted to highlight.
Okay, wait. Miki, is that how you pronounce your name? Miki? So let's say we have one event out of 100,000 people, right? So 1 divided by 100,000 divided by 2 divided by 100,000. Do you think that's going to be statistically significant or not?
It depends.
No, it's not going to be statistically.
No,
it's just straightforward not going to be statistically significant.
No, excuse me. It does depend. Because
depends on what?
It depends on your total populace. It also depends on all
the total population's in the calculation. It's 200,000 people.
Excuse me. Let me say something, right? Because I think my point was misunderstood. Listen. My point was basically like saying, for example, like we read some relative risk statistic like 100%, and it sounds much, right? I just wanted to point out that this can be deceptive. Like this can literally just be from 1 person to 2 people, right? I just want to point that out. Okay, that was my point. I know that like what you said is statistically insignificant. That is true. That is true. But
he said absolute risk. Is this absolute? So what are the sexes of those 100,000 people? What are their races? What is their genetic history? All of those things come into play, which is why those kind of absolute numbers are crude risk factors, because you can't actually give an absolute number ever. Because human beings come from all different countries. They have all different kinds of exposures to different environmental risks, even in the water. Like, for instance, JD lives in Texas. There's a phenomenal amount of lithium salts in Texas. It's in the water. And up here, what I've got in my water is cadmium and mercury.
So to be clear, I mean, just to come back to what we were talking about earlier.
No, I'm not done yet. Okay.
Okay, but this is just like completely tangential to the conversation. It's like
it is very much has to do with the conversation.
Okay, then I'm gonna like take my headphones off and I'm gonna like walk away for a little bit, and hopefully when I get back, you're done like with your tangent, so that we can go back to what we were talking about.
Listen, Miki, yeah, the point she was trying to make is about confounding factors, and that is true. But
yeah, that's irrelevant to what we were talking about.
No, it's not irrelevant.
You can say it's not irrelevant, but like it doesn't interact with the discussion that me and Anti-War Mindset were having. Sorry.
So
just to be clear, like absolute risk.
You need to back up on that.
The way absolute risk is actually calculated, it's like, say you take one event out of a population, and then you have a comparator population. You take those events in that population, divided by the population, and you minus the one resulting number from the other resulting number. That's how absolute risk is calculated. Relative risk is calculated by taking the number of events in one group divided by the population of that group, divided by the events of another group, divided by the population within that group. So those are the two differences between those two calculations, just to be clear, right? And you did not say what I just said for absolute risk. You said the number divided by the population. You said the number of events divided by the population. That's not true. That's actually like not even half of it, right? So you have another.
He actually didn't say population. He said control group.
Right. So like, what's the other half of the What's the other half of the calculation then? Control group, control group for what? What's the counterfactual group, right? So like, there's another side to the calculation that he's like leaving out, right? So you have a control group, number of events in the control group divided by the total event or total population of that group, and then you have the number of events in the intervention group divided by the total population of that intervention group, and one resulting number minus the other resulting number. And that's absolute risk.
Wait. Yeah, I kind of forgot the last step with the subtraction.
Yeah.
That is true. I forgot that.
Okay, cool. But it's good that you admit that. So now we can like move on. So,
but listen, man. What point are you trying to make?
I'm trying to make a point that like you're opining about these statistical methodologies and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's my point.
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
whatever you say.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
He doesn't know what he's talking about because he inadvertently left a little bit of math
At 4
out.
o'clock in the morning, when he's already told us he hasn't had his coffee, and you're going to hold him to some standard of academic excellence that obviously you have.
Oh, absolutely. You make a claim, you should be accountable for it.
Shit.
If you make a claim, you should be accountable for it. I'm sorry.
No.
Let me put some pressure on you. You talk about like causal inferences. So where's the cause and effect study in human nutrition science?
What do you mean by cause and effect study?
That controls for the confounders.
What confounders?
All kinds of confounders.
What confounders? Name one.
Sex,
age.
Okay. So
all kinds of things.
Okay,
so there are literally billions of confounders.
Literally billions. Okay, interesting. Literally billions of confounders. So you'd realize that confounding is a causal concept in and of itself, right?
What do you mean by that?
Confounding is a causal concept. A confounder is something that causally interacts with the independent variable and the dependent variable. That's the definition of a confounder. It's a causal concept. When you draw a confounder in a directed acyclic graph, that is representing causal relationships, correct?
Of what?
Well, this is just part of the definition. It's analytically true. That is what a confounder is.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that is the definition of a confounder, something that causally interacts with both the independent and dependent variable. If you want to say that something is confounding in the nutrition science literature, you're going to have to provide your goalpost for causal inference or whatever causal study you have. So if you want to say like, oh, this exposure was confounding, okay, produce the study that validates it as a legitimate confounder, meaning it causally interacts with the independent variable and causally interacts with the dependent variable.
And that was exactly what we were discussing before you begged to come on so that you could try to shame him for
I was invited. I was invited, just to be clear.
Okay, whatever. But the point is that we were already having that conversation. As I asked him,
so what's
there any evidence that shows when like we're talking about saturated fats? Okay, fresh fat off a steer is suet. Rendered fat off a steer is tallow. Some of that tallow can be canned and stored or frozen and stored. Some of it can be, treated with different chemicals like hexane and, what's that crap?
Why am I listening to this?
You're listening to it because that's a confounding factor.
Right. So wait. Wait. This is actually interesting. Wait. So what kind of study would give you like a sound basis for a causal inference? Just name, like, what kind of study design would do that for you?
They're not possible in human nutrition. That's the point.
That would be a contradiction then if you want to use the word confounder. I'm sorry.
No, it isn't.
So
it could be a potential confounder.
So potential confounder. So what do you mean by potential? You mean it's logically possible? Yeah, then everything in the universe is a potential confounder. What the hell are you talking about?
That's exactly right. Just like with
okay.
just like with the intake of saturated fats, there's different qualities of fats depending on where they came from.
And what reason do you have to believe that any of these causally interact?
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying there's no causal study, right? And then you're using the word confounder, which establishes which implies causality.
I was asking him is regarding this particular study having to do with saturated fat intake. Did they actually include the types of fats that they were using? That is a confounding factor.
How do you know?
Because I know based on my 15, 20-year experience in cardiology where I had to deal with people who were eating different kinds of fats, not eating different kinds of fats, and were still having heart attacks, which, by the way...
So just to be clear, you think that like your personal anecdote has higher epistemic import
No, I'm not talking
than
about
like
my anecdotal experience.
But wait, you just appealed to your anecdotal evidence, like you just appealed to your own anecdote to tell me like why you think it's a confounder.
What they are saying, so you don't know what they're saying. So shut the fuck up and let me finish.
You literally just appealed to an anecdote to tell me why it's a confounder. That's what you just did.
Let me finish, so you don't even know where I was going with that.
Okay, tell me where you're going with it.
So according to the studies by Lancet and the journal and the British Medical Journal, the vast majority of heart calcifications are actually caused by trans fats, not saturated fats. And so when you look at the actual composition of fat in blockages in people's arteries, what you're finding is like 94% trans fats, not saturated fats. So where are those fats coming from? Because trans fats do not occur in nature.
So what causal study, what quote unquote causal study showed this relationship?
There are no causal studies.
So then why the hell did you use why did you use the word cause? Why did you use the word cause? And why are you using words like confounder? That's causal language. Like, why are you using this language if there are no causal studies?
There's no such thing as absolutes in human dietary intakes. There are no absolutes in human.
That doesn't answer my question.
Outcomes.
Why are you using causal language if we can't get access to like causal data, as you would put it?
I'm trying to explain to you the conversation that he and I were having before you came on with your arrogant, nasty attitude and your condescension and started trying to school everybody.
Can you just answer the question?
Statistics.
So I can get on with my day?
Well, then go on and get on with your day, because
I was invited on. Like, I don't know why I'm listening to this. Like, what causal study? And if no causal study, why are you using causal language like causality and confounder? Answer the question.
What did I just tell you?
Nothing relevant to the question.
Because you're not listening.
Okay, so why are you using causal language if there's no causal data from which you could derive a causal inference?
Because the things that cause heart attacks are blockages.
Again, like
the thing that you find,
you're a gibberish generator.
No,
I'm sorry, but you're a gibberish generator. Okay, I'd like to move on to like Garland Farms, like his proposition that he gave me, because I have limited time and I don't have time for this gibberish generator.
Okay. So in other words, you can't have an actual conversation.
Garland. So you gave me a proposition. I just want to know what you mean by the word disruption.
Well, let's tell everyone what you're referring to first. What are you?
I just want to know what you mean by the word disruption. Like, you can give everybody the prop for like clarity, right? And I can write it down even, but I just want to know what you mean by this word.
Let me see if I can. Should I pull this up and read it? You want to read it? I don't want to misquote myself.
Don't do that. He'll use it against you.
I'd have to go back onto the. I'd have to go back where I found
it. Yeah, me too.
Nutrivoy.
You want to come back when you've got all that stuff lined out?
No, it's like the proposition that you are in favor of intentionally disrupting ecosystems. Okay, and so intentionally. Okay.
Nutrivoy, I think what he's referencing is your debate with Sean Baker, right? Where you said some stuff about replacing nature with human infrastructure or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, that might be what he's talking about. I just want to know what he means by the word disrupt, because depending on how he cashes that out, I might not even disagree with the proposition.
I use it in the same way that you use it. I'm referring to your definition because I've heard you say that you are in favor of disrupting ecosystems.
I'm not sure I would use the term disrupt. If I did, like, I can clarify what I mean by it.
Are you retracting that? Because are you conceding that you don't? Because you did say that, and I can
wait.
prove that.
A concession implies that I'm like going back on
Okay,
something,
then,
or like
well,
a concession
because
implies
you're
that like my
because
position's changing, and my position probably isn't changing here. So no, you're not going to get a
so you're
concession out of
saying
me.
that you're saying that you said something that you didn't mean.
I mean, people say things with ambiguous meaning like all the time. I might have used the word disruption. I don't recall using the word disruption, but I'd be happy to like clarify my semantics. It doesn't mean that my position's changing though. It just means my like the word that I use to describe the concept might be changing.
Well, you're welcome
What is your position again?
Yeah, I'm in favor of ending wild animal suffering, and there are a few different ways to do that, but I think some are more practical than others. I am in favor of non-violently displacing nature into non-existence.
How is that going to be working out?
Yeah, so like you can gradually encroach on their territory and give sanctuary to animals that are displaced until they live out their natural lives, and then just continuously encroach non-violently and continue to give sanctuary, and then eventually you'll just have no more of the natural world left.
For what purpose?
To reduce animal suffering.
But life is suffering.
I don't know why that's fucking motivating. Like, what do you mean life is suffering?
All things suffer.
So like, let's just grant that that's true. Let's grant that like everything that's alive suffers. Is that like some kind of justification for allowing suffering to exist?
What do you mean allow suffering to exist? Because it exists whether you allow it or not.
Well, wait a second. We have the ability to intervene. Are you saying that like it's impossible for us to get rid of suffering?
Well, you can reduce suffering, but you're never going to get rid of it.
What do you mean by never? Do you mean that like it's impossible?
Absolutely.
Or you just mean that, oh, it's impossible?
Unless you decide that you're going to take out all life and you're just going to turn us into a dead planet. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if what you mean by a dead planet is a planet that has far less suffering on it than it used to, then yeah, maybe I might be in favor of that.
A dead planet is a planet with no life on it at all.
Well, no, I don't actually support a planet with no life on it. Not necessarily.
Then you can't actually eliminate suffering because life is suffering.
Wait, did I use the language eliminate suffering, or did I say reduce suffering?
I said, in answer to what you said, you cannot reduce suffering wherever you go. Even in the plant kingdom, there's suffering.
Wait a second, you can't reduce it?
No.
What's the argument for that?
Everywhere around the world, there is suffering.
Right, but that doesn't mean you can't reduce it. That's just like a repackaging of this weird claim. Like, what's the argument that you can't reduce it?
I have a question for Nutrivore. So you said that you want to basically interfere into nature to reduce wild animal suffering. But my question is, how do you know that this is actually going to reduce animal suffering? How do you know that this isn't going to have some ripple effect that you could not foresee? Right. So, for example, if you call, like, there are some vegans who have this argument about wild predator calling, like, killing lions or whatever, right?
But but that's not the view that I'm expressing here. The view that I'm expressing here is a lot stronger than that. Like, I don't understand how a world with like trillions of animals in it could have less suffering in it than a world with like no wild animals in it.
Okay, but how
like all things being equal, right? We have a world with like trillions of animals ripping each other apart, and then we have a world where we don't have trillions of animals ripping each other apart. Like, how in the world, all things being equal, is possible world B like possessing more suffering than possible world A?
Listen, so you're talking about the desertification of the planet is what you're actually talking about.
I mean, maybe, I'm not sure.
No, absolutely. You're talking about the desertification of
I'm
the
not
planet.
sure if I actually care about that, though.
No, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure I actually care about that.
Wait. I have a question. Like, you said in the debate with Sean Baker that your argument against the crop deaths argument is essentially that these
Can we
animals,
resolve one proposition at a time? Like, I'm still just trying to get to the bottom of like this proposition that Garland gave me. Like, Nick is in favor of intentionally disrupting ecosystems, and he was using my semantics of disrupting. I don't remember using the word disrupting, but like I can clarify my semantics. Nick is in favor of intentionally, non-violently displacing nature into non-existence, and by nature we just mean like wild animal suffering. So like, yeah,
okay, but
like, okay, then I don't agree with, I don't disagree with the prop if the prop is just like using my semantics to like repackage and recapitulate my position. Of course, I'm not going to disagree with it, right? So it's not even worth debating.
okay, let me try to get my head around this. So basically, want to reduce wild animal suffering, right? But I mean, I'm not an expert on like the ecosystem or anything like that, but how do you think this would work out for humanity if you get rid of most wild animals or whatever your vision is?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Like, could you be more specific?
Like,
Possible?
for example, you said that in the Sean Baker debate, you said replacing wildlife with human infrastructure. Right. How's that going to work out if like the natural ecosystem is, because like you have to imagine like these animals are important for the ecosystem.
Oh, like, okay, yeah. So this takes some clarification. I actually gave this clarification in a follow-up video that I'm sure none of you actually watched, which is fine. Like, I'm sure you're not subscribed to my channel or anything like that. That's not a dig against you, but I'm sure you didn't see it. Like, if there are capacities in which nature is instrumental for human flourishing and instrumental for like, you know, the continuation of the human species, of course I'm not going to be in favor of like destroying all of, you know, humanity's potential to, you know, continue. Like I wouldn't be in favor of something like that. Like if the natural world is instrumental to continuing human flourishing, like of course I'd be in favor of keeping it around. What I'm expressing is an in principle position. Like I think in principle this is true. That doesn't mean that there aren't like some, like, you know, maybe pragmatic reasons for keeping nature around, right? I'm sure there are definitely pragmatic reasons for keeping nature around right now. Like I wouldn't be suggesting that people just like go and rent bulldozers and just like start tearing down the rainforest or something like that. That's certainly not my position. Like there could be pragmatic reasons for keeping nature around. Like, hey, we kind of need all these plants to produce all of this like oxygen for us to breathe and stuff. And, you know, if we got rid of like nature in the world's current state, like our climate would probably be completely inhospitable to human life. This is an in principle position. So in an ideal world, we'd have the technology to replace the aspects of nature that would be like instrumental for our flourishing, right? Because I think human technology would just be like better than what nature would be able to do anyway. But like we would have a way to replace it.
How so?
What kind of animals? Let's say you had this power, right? What kind of animals would you get rid of?
Like what kind of animals would I get rid of? Well, I guess it would be tough to kind of like, I guess there are a few things that I'm kind of like just in principle against that animals are kind of doing to each other. Like, I think on balance, like I think most animal procreation is against my values, or wild animal procreation in particular is against my values. And I think that in principle, like just predation in general is against my values. So like, I don't think there's like a really good way to satisfy my values without just like figuring out a way to get rid of like wild animals in general. So
are you aware of the fact that predatory animals actually reduce suffering in nature?
They might.
No, they absolutely do.
What's the argument for that?
The argument is the world around us.
That's not an argument. That's a proposition. Can I have an argument, please? Or actually, that's not even a proposition. It's just an utterance.
What kind of argument?
It's just an utterance. Like, come on, man.
No, it's absolutely. I'll give you an example. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we brought wolves back to Yellowstone and to Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, is because of the fact that we killed them all, got rid of them, and then we find out that animals in nature were dying in high numbers because of overpopulation and disease.
Could you answer a question for me, please, just really quickly?
Hmm.
Do you think there'd be more or less suffering in Yellowstone if it was a parking lot? So you take Yellowstone in its current state, and then Yellowstone the parking lot. Which one has more suffering in it?
The parking lot, definitely.
The parking lot has more suffering in it. Oh, can you give me the argument for that?
Well, let's see. You put down, well, first of all, you have to come up with the asphalt. And asphalt is actually made from cattle, which means you have to find a shitload of cattle to cover several thousand square miles.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay,
forest.
okay.
No,
You cover Yellowstone with a gigantic steel plate. Okay,
No.
Just jettison the fucking parking lot idea.
Let's just do that. Let's just put down a giant steel fucking plate
Mm-hmm.
at 5,000 to 7,000 feet above sea level, and let's park that shit underneath the blazing sun for 9 months a year. You know what that's going to do to the environment? What is that going to do to the environment? What is that going to do to the climate?
I'm talking about the square footage of fucking space. Do you think there's more or less suffering with a gigantic steel plate or
No.
Yellowstone in its current?
We're going to stay on topic. I'm not going to have you change topics.
That's not a change of topic. It's not a change of topic. This is way above your pay grade. I'm sorry.
You said Yellowstone, so we're going to talk about Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
In order for you to put down a parking lot, you're going to have to come up with a shitload of asphalt, and that asphalt is made from cattle. And that asphalt is made from petroleum.
I'm perfectly free to alter the hypothetical. Jesus Christ.
Not a hypothetical. We're not talking about a hypothetical. You want to pay.
We are literally just talking about a hypothetical. Okay, this conversation is way above your pay grade. You're not able to track. I'm sorry. So,
no, excuse me. You're not going to sit there and insult me and insult my intelligence. You said, is there more or less suffering if we pave over Yellowstone? And I said, there is more. And you said, how so? And I'm trying to explain to you exactly how that happens.
Okay. Let's go with the original hypothetical. It's a parking lot. Can you explain to me how there's more suffering?
There is more suffering because you are going to destroy not only the environment, which destroys all the trees, because that asphalt actually absorbs heat.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to park a parking lot on a giant caldera.
Mm-hmm.
So that heat is going to be exponentially pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have the sun, the solar weather that comes from the sun, and then you have the heat that is actually emitted from under the caldera, which you've now put under pressure because you've put a parking lot over all of those springs and all of those outlets from the caldera. And so then all of that heat gets to radiate around Yellowstone and to the east, which means it's going to destroy the environment all through its path. Because Yellowstone isn't just this thing that's just sitting there with no effect or impact on the environment around it.
Well, I'm not even granting this heat speculation.
Goes all the way up into the Pacific Northwest.
So are you actually going to give me some kind of quantitative or reasonable a priori analysis, or are you just waxing poetic here?
There's no possible way to quantify the damage that you would do if you paved over Yellowstone. None whatsoever.
This isn't even interacting with the hypothetical. You just take Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
Yellowstone in its current state, all else equal, versus Yellowstone as a parking lot, all else equal. Which one contains more suffering?
No, you can't. No, well, hold on. Contains that's the part. That's the part that is not honest in your argument, Nick. Because
exactly right.
There's nothing.
What do you mean by not honest?
Okay, because listen to me. There's nothing contained about a parking lot. If you make that whole thing a parking lot, yes, it's going to generate heat. Yes, it's going to create convection currents that will blow away would have been precipitation events, but it also is going to cause.
But how is this let's just grant all of these. Let's grant all the mechanisms.
I'm almost finished. It's also going to serve as a hydrophobic layer that's not going to allow the water to seep into the ground and feed the aquifers below, and so there's going to be gigantic, gargantuan amounts of runoff and
Flooding.
it's that water is going to leave that parking lot, and the adjacent property is going to get flooded and destroyed, and all of the animals are going to drown. There's going to be they're going to be harassed. They're going to be suffering. They're going to be dying, and that's why you can't say, okay, no, we can only count the suffering that's happening inside this square of this parking lot. No, you have to consider
Oh, Jesus
you have to
fucking
consider
Christ, dude.
how that parking lot is going to cause a cascading of suffering north, south, east, and west of that parking lot that you
I'm
want to
still
build.
waiting for like the analysis,
I
or
just
at least
I
some.
just completely destroyed.
No, because nothing of what you just said
did.
gives me some kind of indication that more suffering is happening in the parking lot scenario. You're just saying it has a bunch of knock-on effects.
What you're
The
trying to do is
natural
you're
world
trying to
in
contain it
Yellowstone
within
has
that-
knock-on
you're trying to
effects. Like,
contain it within that square. It's just like with your crops. You're
okay, then let's
talking-
include the externalities.
they're
You still
toxic
haven't
monocrops and all
given
of
me
that
an analysis.
pesticide drift.
Let's
the
include the
pesticide drift from
externalities.
The avocados.
Let's
You
include
spray it on the
let's
avocados,
include the
wind blows it
externalities.
downstream. It goes
Guys,
into the
Let's
stream.
include the
Go
externalities.
Guys,
Let's
Guys,
include
guys.
the externalities. Give me the analysis.
We
guys,
just did.
No, you didn't.
Guys, I want to ask a question, right? So you value like rights violation, is that correct? Like
Yeah,
these okay.
I do.
Okay, what do you like, how do you define that exactly?
I define a right as some kind of entitlement that would be ethically wrong to deny.
Okay,
Okay,
but wait. Let me spin this further. So, do you think these animals want to live, or do you think they want to die?
I think they probably want to live.
So, if you gonna deny them that by,
But wait. Nothing in my position entails that they're denied that.
but if they're living in a natural habitat, and all of a sudden someone comes in with a bulldozer.
But
Yeah.
wait, that's not my view. Just to be clear, I even like explicitly stated that that's not my view.
Wait, maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but you want to take out wildlife.
I want to
equation.
non-violently displace wildlife, and ideally what you do is you take the displaced wildlife and you give it sanctuary until the end of its natural life.
So where are
Okay,
you going to
but wait. But what if humans are displaced? They don't want that, right? Humans don't want to be displaced. What makes you think animals want that?
Well, they might want that or they might not. I mean, I think a deer, for example, whether or not like it's cognizant or aware of like what it's in for in nature, or
But the default
I think
position.
it's probably
position.
the chances of it living a happy life in the sanctuary are just, I think they're probably higher.
But the negative rights violation, or to respect someone's negative rights, would be to leave them alone, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
So
Oh,
here's
yeah.
another.
So like if you saw a baby in traffic, do you think you'd be violating its negative rights by just like pulling it out of traffic?
So
That-
which
that's-
is more
that's-
humane? For a deer to die of chronic wasting disease, or for a deer with chronic wasting disease to be taken out by a pack of coyotes? Which one is more kind?
Is this a question? Like,
Yes, it's an absolute question.
What are you asking me again? Sorry.
Well, you're saying that you want to move all of these animals off of land, displace
Mhm.
their habitat, and give them sanctuary somewhere
Mhm.
else. By taking out predators, then you're actually saying that you think that the deer would be happy with chronic wasting disease. Have you ever seen a
That's not entailed from my view. This
Well,
again,
but
this
it
conversation's
is,
above your
because
pay
that's what
grade.
results when you don't have
Let me go back to the baby analogy, because the baby in the traffic is in danger, but
And you don't think wild animals are in danger?
not constantly. No,
Wait,
sometimes they're.
dude, they're in constant danger. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, these animals generally do not live to like die of old age. You realize that, right? Like, they're in
That's an
constant
absolute
danger.
There are moments where they feed their kids and where they're roaming around.
Yeah, that's
and-
true of the baby scenario too. There are moments where the cars are gonna like go around the baby, right? Like, it's not constantly in danger
No,
being in traffic
no,
either.
no.
Like,
No,
what the
it's
hell are you
100%.
talking about?
It's 100% in danger in that situation.
100%. Even when cars are getting out of its way, like it's still in danger?
Danger means a potential, right?
Right. So like if there's a deer in nature and there's like a giant cat roaming in the wild, like near it, you wouldn't say that the deer's in danger?
The cats
Because
are
there's
not,
a potential threat?
but the
Not
deer can
necessarily.
deal with it better than a baby.
What the
So
fuck does that mean?
it's adapted to that situation, though, isn't it?
So what the hell does that matter, though? Like, you're by taking the deer out of nature and giving it sanctuary, you're advocating for its best interest because it's probably going to not
We don't
be
know
ever
Well, no,
in the
you're
same
not.
amount
We
of
don't-
danger in the sanctuary scenario.
That's not
We-
true.
we
That's
don't- we don't-
absolutely not true.
We
That's
don't
Okay,
not
know
like
its best
I'm sorry,
interest.
like Mikey or Miki, like this conversation just isn't for you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but every time you open your mouth, it's something completely tangential.
No, it's not tangential. You just
Okay.
said that deer without predators are better off and that they would have a long life. Okay, so
Wait. Deer
on.
without predators, like just
you just said that a
simpliciter?
deer would be
Wait,
better off.
simpliciter or in the context of a sanctuary?
I'm going based on what you said in a
Simpliciter
sanctuary.
or in the context of a sanctuary? What did you take me to
Listen
mean?
to what I just.
What did you take my words to mean in the context of a sanctuary or just simpliciter?
Removing deer from their habitat and putting them in sanctuary.
Yep.
You know what happens when a deer doesn't get pregnant?
I prefer they didn't get pregnant.
Well, but that's what happens in nature every single season. The average doe has upwards of anywhere between 24 and 60 fawns in her own lifetime if she were to live out her entire lifespan.
And how is this interesting?
It has nothing to do with interest. Do you think that it's in the interest of a deer to actually have between 20 and 60 fawns in a lifetime? That you think that that's happiness for a deer?
No, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I literally just said that animal procreation was problematic to me. Like, you're not even listening or you're not capable of understanding.
I am listening to you, and what I'm hearing is somebody who has no understanding of how deer actually work. What I'm listening to is somebody who doesn't know anything about land conservation.
Okay. Can you just do one thing for me? One thing for me. And I will, and if you manage to do this, I will apologize for what I just said. Can you recreate my position?
I am not going to recreate your position because
I'm not talking to you. When you talk, I'm not responding.
It is not good. I'm glad you're not going to respond because I have something I need to get off my chest. You don't understand wildlife.
Well, okay, so I think I have addressed. I've addressed what anti-war mindset was going to wanted to talk about, and I addressed what Garland Farms wanted to talk about. There was no propositional disagreement on his proposition, so I'm not going to debate it. Anti-war mindset eventually conceded on the relative risk, absolute risk thing. So I have a life to live, so I'm going to leave. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Nick.
Never get to old age. Why? Because they actually feed their environment. And they are part of their environment, which means that they feed other animals. And if they don't, then they get disease and they get overpopulated. And then they start stripping trees because they run out of food in that environment. And because of the overpopulation, the disease spreads. And then you end up with the local flora dying off because what happens? The trees die, the canopy dies, and then the grasslands die. And then this supposed sanctuary you're talking about ends up being hell on earth because what? Because it becomes a freaking hard pan pit that doesn't grow anything, that can't sustain life, which means that not only the deer die, the rabbits die, the raccoons die, the squirrels die, all the birds take off because they no longer have homes. So they have to go find new habitat. And then you find out that all the insects in the area die. And when the grass dies, even the mycelium in the soil dies, which means that you have no soil left. So I'm glad that you decided to shut yourself up. But the fact of the matter is that you don't make sense. And your hypothesis is absolute garbage because it doesn't take into account the cascade factor of nature. it's not just about putting the deer on a sanctuary. It's how are you going to sustain that population so that you don't end up with overpopulation, so that you don't end up with disease, so that the disease doesn't actually jump species. And then you end up with what I said before, which is desertification. Your entire hypothesis doesn't make sense, which means you don't understand wildlife and you don't understand how it works. And so if you want to pave over Yellowstone, be my guest, have fun with that, but you will destroy the planet that way. That's my piece.
Yeah, I mean, he just like left without like getting further into this, and he declared victory like they always do. Like,
Oh, he can listen to it later.
yeah, I kind of want to apologize for my slip up on the absolute risk kind of thing,
No,
because I
well,
wasn't really.
you didn't actually slip up. That's just the thing. I went to the NIH website, and almost exactly what you said, word for word, is right there in the first paragraph of their whole thing with absolute risk. And they actually say that it's a crude risk factor for the simple fact that you're looking at one group, and the group that you were specifically talking about when we were discussing that was the saturated fat thing with the what do they call those things? Well, I want to call them Latter-day Saints, but that's the wrong group.
Seventh-day Adventists.
Thank you very much. But it's like, you got it exactly right, and he just couldn't deal with that.
Yeah.
Did he really go on Sean Baker's show and say that he wants to move wildlife into sanctuaries? He really said that.
Well, that's been his position has always been. Of course, he'll move some of the pawns around to try to, use debate tactics to keep from really being, having someone's thumb on his position. But the position, more or less, is yes, a lifeless planet would be the absolutely zero suffering, but he's willing to allow a certain amount of suffering by allowing some things to live, but without any scientific, background.
What he's talking about. Yeah.
He's pieced together this idea where you could peacefully encroach. This is like the vegans say, there is no such thing as humane slaughter. And on the other hand, there is no such thing as peaceful encroachment either.
No, there's not.
And so they're going to displace all of this nature. Supposedly, they're going to set aside this. Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, we're all here.
Set aside sanctuaries. And it's not as simple as there just being a deer that needs to be rescued, but
we're still listening.
This microphone is acting strange.
Yeah.
I think it's better now.
I also don't understand, like, they okay, obviously there's wild animal suffering, but at the same time, we cannot really know for sure if there isn't also happiness in the wildlife. So why is like one favored over the other? This is like an arbitrary position. And also this thing about how he compared that to babies caught in a traffic. It's sort of like, again, equating humans to animals. I think the null position would be to leave these animals alone as much as we can.
Absolutely.
And also the thing is, when we look at nature, animals are sort of driven to reproduce. So I think that preventing them from reproducing is also causing them suffering, probably. I don't think he has made any like argument against that, pretty much. Or has he? I don't know.
No, of course. They're not going to consider the species. The species wants to survive, obviously, and there's lots of biologists would argue geneticists would say, from an evolutionary perspective, that if that's the perspective you want to speak from, that the domesticated animals have been more successful. The buffalo versus what we have today, the American cattle breeds. Those American cattle breeds are much more successful than the bison of yesterday. Same thing with the dogs. There's all types of dogs, and those genetic lines did themselves a favor when they partnered up with mankind.
Yeah.
And so these species have benefited greatly from their partnerships with humans. We are perpetuating that genetic code that they're driven to pass down to future generations, just like we are. We're driven by those same instincts, and every species of animal out there is made up of a bunch of individuals who want to pass on their genetic heritage.
Well, and one has to question anybody who wants to take out all predatory animals. I mean, even here, in this region of the country, we actually have contests for harvesting coyotes because we have such a plethora of them all over. And you can actually call, I prefer to take care of my own, but you can actually call different teams who will come out and they will hunt on your land and they will take out some of the females every year. But that's the thing. They're taking out the females and they're not taking them out if they're pregnant or if they can see that they have pups on them. Because we need that species around. Because if we didn't, we'd have deer all over the place. And it's bad enough as it is. We have an explosive deer population in this region of the country. And part of that has to do with just the fact that we have this beautiful greening with the climate changing, but we also have less hunting going on, which means that there aren't as many people who are harvesting.
Well, they've got a solution to every problem. So if Nick was here, he'd say something along the lines of, well, what's the point? Why should I care about that? Why are you telling me that the deer population is going to take off whenever I never said anything about just killing the predators? What?
Well,
I'm speaking from Nick. What he wants to do is he wants to sequester all of those animals and either separate the boys and the girls so that they cannot procreate, or apply some type of birth control measure, and the reproduction would end. And so this scenario that you're trying to counter him with is a no-go, because his plan does not entail allowing those animals to run free and continue to procreate. He plans on stepping in and interrupting their natural
which
habits.
Sooner or later will result in desertification, because you can't have flora without fauna.
Well,
it's just not possible.
Right. What you say is absolutely true, and that's why he used to be the fringe, but more and more vegans are taking this perspective where they're like, if we kill all the animals, there's not going to be any animals for us to worry about suffering anymore. And that has been something I recognized years back, and that's why I made the first vegan kill cult video.
But if they equate animals and humans, doesn't it also logically entail something else? Like humans also suffer. So that can
Well,
mean
we
that.
don't care about humans.
Right.
I mean, they say it again and again and again that they don't care about human suffering.
I think that when they find out something that their menu is doing is harming humans, then they're like, they like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, when it comes to these vegan debates, I think what vegans are also very much taking advantage of is that this is all like, to some extent, speculation. Like, for example, if we talk about a possible vegan world and what the devastating effects of that would be, we have to obviously predict the future or some possible scenario, right? So vegans just take advantage of ambiguity, right? Put a lot of these both environmental debates as well as with these health debates, because there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to these questions, and vegans just take full advantage of that.
Well, and they also don't want to actually have a civil discussion. They want to scream you down, insult you, use ad hominem insults, tell you how stupid you are, and then walk all over you in order to put their own narrative on things. And it always ends up being a pack of lies.
Well,
And
I
that's
think
a
that
problem.
it is a problem, but I think that sometimes, like my dad used to say, with certain people, you just give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way to deal with those vegans that are being belligerent. They won't let you speak, Every time you start to make a point, then they know that they have to interrupt you and they have to
And try to
change
say,
the subject, insult you, get very condescending, just change change their focus.
Yeah,
well,
I was kind of interrupted like 10 times or more in the stream, actually. Especially by Jeffrey Phillips. Like, holy shit. This
well,
dude
he was hot.
interrupted.
Jeffrey.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen anybody smoke dope on a video before like that. That was funny.
Well, I've got him and Chris Hines admitting that there would be more crop agriculture in a vegan world.
Right.
And that's what the whole debate was about. And they got sidetracked on this co-product versus byproduct thing. And they thought that they could get everyone to go down that alley, which was just a dark alley of nonsense and distraction and misdirection, and kept bringing them right back to, well, yeah, but here's more evidence showing that a vegan world would entail lots more of this crop agriculture that you're saying is the fault of the livestock. And so, no, getting rid of the livestock does not omit any crop deaths, which we have already concluded is in the quadrillions and quadrillions every year. Those aren't attributed to animals, they're attributed to humans, and that would go up. That suffering and death would increase in
Now,
a vegan world.
okay, so when you did that, did you actually have a side conversation about what happens to the waste products in an instance where you have more crop production and fewer livestock? Like, where does all that waste go?
Well,
Because what
here,
can't be fed to animals becomes waste.
the thing is that if you were to change the model and you were no longer doing a toxic monocropping and you were doing a regenerative organic, then the wastes, because you could be regenerative organic and still be producing lots of corn stalks and corn cobs and even
How,
distillers corn, it doesn't mean you have to get rid of wine or whiskey.
but
There's
how are
still,
you? What are you going to do about soybeans? Because you need the
well,
soybean oil. That's the primary purpose of soybeans is soybean oil.
yeah, but they're putting it in the food and they're making biodiesel out of it, and biodiesel, I think, can be shown to be a kind of a net loss. It's a
Mhm.
negative. It's a net negative. It's more of a political industry than any kind of thing where you're leveraging just a little bit of diesel for a whole bunch of. No, you're spending around the same or even more diesel and other petroleum products and the all the equipment and the fuel and the pesticides and
Right.
I just don't think it's a net. I don't think you're coming out ahead when you make biodiesel. So I think the soybean industry is largely the demand is largely politically driven.
Yeah.
They're well, we'll give you some type of financial advantage if you're going to burn a car that's got so much ethanol in it. Okay, we'll give these artificial. It's not free market.
No.
There is no demand for this. Nobody wants ethanol in their gas. It destroys lawnmower engines and stuff like that all the time. So it's junk. We don't want it. And so the majority of soybean and corn could be gotten rid of. Get rid of the high fructose corn syrup and everything. There's a bunch of food that's got it in it and it's not supposed to be there. So get it out. And you could cut back on the soybean and the corn by gargantuan amounts.
So in the perfect vegan world, though, what political incentives do you have to take the lobbyists out who are promoting corn and soybeans so that you don't have that production?
Oh, could you repeat that?
In the perfect vegan world, if you're going to get the whole reason that we have subsidized soybean and corn is because of the political structure that we have for the farm bills and stuff. And most of that soy and corn is being raised by corporations that have vested interest in keeping that going. So what political incentives in this perfect vegan world do you give, and how do you get them passed by governmental entities so that you don't have that production need?
Well, I don't think that your average vegan and especially your vegan influencers really get past the eating animals bad mentality.
Yeah.
They don't get that far. They're not thinking, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this without causing a famine? How are we going to do this without causing millions of mothers to give birth to babies with horrible birth defects?
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to do this without causing ecological collapse and some kind of unforeseen event, like maybe the nitrogen cycle gets interrupted, or maybe the carbon cycle gets skewed too far the wrong way, or the oxygen cycle, or there's all these cycles that a global monocrop would interrupt. I mean, you destroy all the sea life, and you've got all this plankton in there that's supposed to be eaten up by all these other species, and they got this food chain. And what if there's nothing there to eat up the bacteria and the phytoplankton, and that overpopulates, and somehow the world's ocean go sterile on us,
Yeah.
and then we were going to have this infrastructure only Earth with as little suffering as possible. We didn't know that we're going to throw a wrench in all of these cycles that we have to have, even if we just have pavement. Even if everything's a parking lot, you still have to be able to have biology.
Yeah.
These people live in a Star Trek universe, man. And I mean,
No, because Star Trek was based on science. At least there was some basis for science in Star Trek. This is just moronic. This reminds me of daycare kids. The daycare kids that want everything to be fair because everything in the classroom has to be fair and equal. But it's kind of like the whole pavement thing. If you replace nature with infrastructure, you have no more nature. Then you definitely change the climate for the worse. And the fact that he doesn't understand that, but is telling us that we're out of our element.
Yeah.
It's just astounding to me.
Garland, can you show the stuff on screen?
I put it up earlier. It's there.
I'm reading it right now.
We've got your blue highlighted. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the study is called meeting the global protein supply requirements of a growing and aging population. So what is also important to talk about is that we are living in a time right now where there's a demographic aging, right? So we have more old people than young people, like demographic transition, right? And old people need a lot of protein, okay? So there's actually a higher requirement for protein food, high protein food in the future, actually, with a growing population. And in a vegan world, this would be a disaster, right? Let me read you some things from this. On a gross protein basis, animal-derived proteins are major emitters of greenhouse gas emissions and fresh water use, yet when expressed per kilogram of digestible lysine, i.e. protein quality, or as per 100 gram of food for dias, the environmental footprint of several animal-derived proteins, including pork, eggs, and milk production, is similar to that of plant proteins. Right. So environmental footprints are basically, if you only level foods by gross protein, then animal food appears to have more. But if you refine that and go by quality, nutrient quality, protein quality, then it becomes very similar. Moreover, as shown by modeling analysis conducted in the United States, although agriculture-associated greenhouse gas emissions would be reduced by 28%, that would be like an absolute reduction of like 2 to 4%, I think, because agricultural emissions is only like 10% in the United States, according to the EPA. This would come at the cost of severe nutrient deficiencies of multiple nutrients, right? And an overall increase in calorie consumption. And here comes the important part. If advocacy for plant-based protein sources were universally adopted, it is estimated that this would increase the global supply of protein requirements by 50%. 50% more protein requirements, because each plant protein is less digestible and has less protein in it, especially if you correct for dias, right? It has less lysine and things like that. So you have to factor in all this stuff, like
right. And this is really what we've been trying to get not only the vegans to acknowledge, but even the leadership and the carnivore community don't really seem to like this subject very much.
Right.
And it's the Achilles heel of veganism. It really is, because quadrillions and quadrillions more animals die for the vegan menu, or for those items that are on the vegan menu,
Right.
than all of animal agriculture. And to let them slide with that, to me, seems like a dumb thing to do.
Right. By the way, you both have seen my crop deaths math video, right?
Yes, I did.
Even though it's sort of a simplification, but I think that this can be used as a template to, like, if people want to do their own calculations into that, with that sort of template, they can do that. But I think that, I mean, it's only logical. Like, vegans always say that animals eat all these crops, right? But the only, like, terrestrial animals that outnumber humans are chickens, right? Of livestock animals, I mean, right? The only ones that outnumber significantly are like poultry animals, chickens, and they don't eat much compared to a human being per day or per year. If we compare one chicken to a human, right? And cows don't outnumber us, and pigs also, as far as I know. And the thing is, like, they don't live as long as human beings, right?
No.
So this has to be factored into that math. Like, you cannot just say, like Joey Carbstrong, oh, there's so many more animals than humans and they eat more or something, as an implication. This doesn't necessarily follow if we look at how long these animals live and what kind of animals actually outnumber significantly. And it's basically only as far as farm animals go, it's only chickens.
I'm sorry. Chickens for what?
Like for food, I mean. And vegans claim they eat so many crops, right?
Yeah. Chickens aren't a really great high quality source of protein, though. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Like, when you raise a steer on pasture, you're generally talking 2 to 3 years. If you're keeping it on pasture for its entire lifetime, you're talking 2 to 3 years until you hit market weight. And a chicken, like, generally speaking, commercial chickens are butchered at 8 weeks. I usually let mine live for about 6 months, and they're out there following the cattle. But it's still, I mean, even if you butcher them at 6 months, it's still not as high quality protein, and it doesn't have the same nutrient profile that beef does.
It doesn't, but there is a place for that, like, for that, if you work it. Like, I can't remember which channel it was on. I think here it is. I'm gonna pull this up. Let me show you this.
Tony, I just read your comments. That's hilarious. Thank you. I'm a mom. What can I say? I'm mean.
Okay, you see those big compost piles back there?
Yep.
That's a year-long thing, and it provides food year-round, and it provides heat in the winter.
Now, are we talking passive? Are we talking passive heat, or are we talking like wood burner heat?
It's a pile of compost, and compost bacteria produce heat, right? Normally, a farmer would have to use machinery and turn those over.
Yeah.
In this case, the chickens are doing half of that work.
Yeah.
Just pile it up, and they'll flatten it for you.
Yeah.
Push it back up, and every time they dig through there, they find, more and more
Nutrients.
And
Yeah.
so eventually you've got a soil that you could go out and spread in a meadow somewhere and really, high quality, nutrient rich topsoil
Now,
for.
is that I've never even thought of this before, but is that safe to feed to chickens when you've got like cattle and sheep on salt blocks? Because like up here, the salt blocks that I have for the cattle and the free minerals that I give them have significant copper and cobalt because of the soil quality up here. And then, of course, you got to keep the copper away from the sheep, so they have different blocks that go out with them. Is anything that passes through them, is that going to be toxic to the chickens, or do they just deal with it? Would that affect them at all?
I don't think that there would be a copper issue. It would, if you just had two species and you were running chickens and goats or chicken and sheep, or some combination, because there are combinations of animals that, like you say, you keep the minerals are pretty species specific, so you don't let them mix. So would that pass on, using the chickens kind of as a catch-all? I don't know of anything that would cause them any harm, but
Okay.
you can look into it and tell me if you find something. But I don't think so, because the chickens aren't really eating the feces as much as they're eating the grubs and stuff that make it a home. And
Right. They're mainly concentrating on insects, worms, and mycelium.
So there's lots of bacteria there that's breaking down, things like certain pesticides and stuff that might find its way there. If it's an organic, those things should be minimal, especially if it's everything on site. And I think it's important to realize that some of these outfits are not self-sufficient, like these so-called veganic farms. You start digging into it and find that they're using gargantuan amounts of wood chips, and those wood chips just aren't available to most.
Well, and as we figured out last year, the one that we talked to who had the backyard garden that he said was farming, he had no idea where he was sourcing his wood from. He had no idea where it even came from. So he doesn't even I don't think that a lot of these people have an idea of what is actually in the amendments that they're using, and so they don't have any real understanding of what they're doing to their soil when they add those amendments.
Is growing 600 chickens. That's 300 eggs a day on absolutely no grain. What's the magic? Right there. Compost.
That's great. And he's so happy about it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But
I'll
you
check
can see
that out.
they're all over that.
Yeah, I'll check that out tomorrow.
And if you've ever dug into a pile of compost, you see all the worms and grubs,
It's a nice little
beetles.
all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's just like a golly. Beetles, all kinds of species. And they'll eat, there's some insects they won't eat, but there's some that they love to eat. They're omnivores. But yeah, I think that something like this, trying to keep where you're
like to
moving
keep my
things around.
inputs as low as possible. That's the thing that I'm most concerned about, is keeping inputs as low as possible, so that in remediating the soil every year, I have a significantly, well, first of all, significantly higher diversity in the grasses that are growing, but also significant diversity in the wildlife,
Yeah.
because it all adds up.
Well, I can't remember the math, but for every single species that you support, then there's like that cascading effect where there's these other species that can now exist because this one species is there.
Right.
There's these symbiotic relationships all throughout the web of the biosphere. And so the more life you have, the more life you can have.
Yep.
As long as that life is diverse, there's biodiversity. But when you get into lots of life, but it's one thing, like the monocrops that produce the items on the vegan menu, well, now you've decreased biodiversity, and that comes with a encyclopedia of negative effects.
Of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah, vegans always come back and say, "Can you prove that it's impossible? Can you prove that it's impossible?" They have vegans. If you're listening, you have the burden of proof. Like seriously, I'm so tired of having to provide evidence and pulling up studies. Like, where's your evidence? Like, show us your evidence. You make a bunch of claims: meat is unhealthy and animals are suffering so much in a wild forests or whatever, and eating meat is unethical and causes environmental destruction. You make all these claims, back it up, and then we pick apart your studies. Like,
I'm still trying to figure out how you make a social contract with a raccoon. I would like to know how I get to sue the raccoon who steals my tomatoes, as opposed to trapping him and driving him 5 miles away or drowning him in the pit. Because at this point, those are my only options. But if a vegan can actually, I will pay you if you are a vegan and you can tell me how to get the raccoons to stop stealing my tomatoes.
How about this? Why doesn't a vegan, could be Earthling Ed, I don't care, have a vegan or a team of vegans come out to your place and trap those raccoons and take them to a sanctuary and take care of them for the next however long they live?
That would be awesome. That would be hilarious.
and also these, like this idea with sanctuaries. I mean, what are these animals then eating? Are they eating grass, or what? How do vegans think of that? Are they eating crops sprayed with pesticides, or how is this going to work?
I don't think they've thought that far ahead. they talk about sanctuaries a lot, but none of them actually talk about how you feed. Well, and it would have been nice to have Nutrivore in on this discussion. It's like, how are you going to, because raccoons are not predator. Well, yeah, actually they are. They kill my chickens too. But
I know what he
if there,
would say.
if there are no chickens and there's no geese and you just have a bunch of raccoons running around, what are you going to feed them? Because they have no eggs to steal. They can't steal if there's nothing else around, they can't steal anything out of the garden. So basically they're competitors for the squirrels and the rabbits. And of course, raccoons are notorious for getting rabies. So there's your suffering if they last long enough. I would like to know how I get to keep the raccoons out of my tomatoes without having to electrocute them, live trap them, drown them, or drive them 10 miles away. That'd be awesome.
I think that if you got him cornered on that, he'd probably do what others before him did, which would be to say that those deaths are justified because we have to eat, we do have to eat food. So if we have to kill animals in protection of those crops, then.
So it's okay for me to kill 100 raccoons, but it's not okay for me to kill one steer to feed my family. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, what is the vegan argument against that again?
Well, I think it's corpse and flesh. That's about it. Corpse. Like, very disdainful. How dare you eat a corpse? You're eating corpses.
Yeah, but I can eat a raccoon. I just have to cut all the glands off of it and make sure it doesn't contaminate the meat before I get to it. But actually convincing my kids to eat a raccoon is going to be a different thing because they're going to think that's disgusting. They don't want to eat kitty.
They don't want to eat what?
Woods kitty.
Listen. Here's my policy for the future when it comes to these vegan versus meat eater debates. I'm only going to enter any of these debates again if the vegans are on the defensive, if they sort of justify their claims and bring in their evidence. I'm not going to do this bullshit anymore where I bring in thousands of studies.
It really
isn't. And then they nitpick the shit out of any one of this and say, oh, that's not good enough. That's like, I can't do this indefinitely with their studies also.
But you have to give it to them. You have to give it to Nick, that pretty sharp guy, to be able to nitpick like that, to be able to make such a mountain of a molehill, to distract and redirect, and I mean, to be able to just pick out. I mean, you made the smallest little mistake, and he found it.
Which wasn't really a mistake. That's the thing.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. It was a.
He missed a word. That's
yeah, you missed a word. It wasn't a mistake. It was. But the fact that it was ammunition for Nick, right? He used that.
Yeah, but listen, here's like the general structure of these kinds of debates, right? Normally, the vegans would have to have the burden of proof because they're making all these claims. They're making claim number 1, eating meat is unethical. Claim number 2, eating meat is unhealthy. Claim number 3, eating meat destroys the environment. They have to prove all of that. Why is it on us that we have to disprove that? We shouldn't have to disprove that. They have to prove that.
Well,
Right?
and the anecdotal evidence that they don't want to look at is an issue too, because they'll sit there and say, I was a vegan for 5 years and I've never had any. Well, you know what? I got sick and tired of ending up in the hospital all the time and not being able to function in my life. So I started eating meat and stopped eating vegetables. And guess what? Everything got better. So how come it is that you can be a vegan for 5 years, so you're proof that veganism is awesome, but I tell you that I actually saved my life and got off a shitload of medication by eating my own steer, and somehow or other that's not good enough for you? It doesn't matter that I had hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills because I was eating things that I was allergic to or that were building up in my system and becoming toxic. But it's okay that you sit there and say, I've been a vegan for 5 years and I'm perfect health. Okay. Based on what? Well, I had blood tests. Which blood tests? Tell me. I actually know how this works. Explain to me. Are we talking Chem 7, Chem 21? Are we talking about, hair analysis? Are we talking about thyroid panels? Are we talking about liver panels? What are we doing here?
Well, neither side has any causation
They don't.
and never will. And
This is not possible.
the difference between the two sides is that one side just wants to eat what they know is healthy and be left alone, and the other does not take a scientific approach. It's an emotional approach, and they want to force that mental illness down everyone else's throat. And the problem that we have with, like, anti-war mindset was saying a few minutes ago, was saying, okay, they have to bring the burden of, they bear the burden of proof. They have to bring the proof. That's true. But in the real world, we have to face the fact that the people in this real world have been conditioned to believe that a plant-based diet is healthy. Even most meat eaters think that's true because they've heard it from their doctors. They've heard it from the commercials on TV. They've heard it from Oprah. They've heard it from the doctor show on TV. They've heard it from the bitches on The View. They've heard it from everywhere, and you hear it so many times, and it's really true. If you tell a lie enough, it becomes the truth. It really doesn't, but in people's minds, it exists as the truth.
Right.
And so we unfortunately do want to force them to bring the proof. We want to focus on that, but we can't ignore the fact that we've been kind of set back on our heels because we have corrupt powers that be that are pushing this on a global scale. They're constantly telling us the future is vegan, and look at this and that. And what has happened? Beyond Meat has lost 90% of its value since 2020.
Mm-hmm. It's dog food.
Right. Well, it's not even dog food. Dog food contains animal products.
Right.
You wouldn't feed a dog anything that doesn't have animal products in it.
No.
So it doesn't even qualify as dog food. It's more like toxic sludge, plant-based toxic sludge, and that can be, we already know that, I think it was Beyond Meat tested positive for dangerous levels of glyphosate. There's just there's chemicals in there that help with mouthfeel and stuff like that have questionable health effects and questionable manufacturing processes. The whole thing, the whole vegan disco ball is just a bunch of lies. Just every little mirror on that disco ball is a lie.
Well,
And
and earlier, I don't remember which one it was, but one of them brought up the food pyramid. And every time somebody brings up the food pyramid, chills run down my spine. Because I was still in college at the time that was getting ready to roll out. That was like either the year before or the year I graduated. And I was in a nutrition class that year. And I remember sitting there looking at this thing on the overhead projector and had this professor who was going over the new USDA food pyramid standards, sitting there looking at this, thinking, this is really weird, because they were telling us that this was going to lead to optimum health. And I don't know if you remember, but back in the day during the Carter administration and the Reagan administration, they had that whole push to get kids out doing PE and, intramural and getting them healthier by moving them. And then they came out with this food pyramid in the early 90s. And I sat there and looked at that thing and I raised my hand and I said to this professor, that looks like the macros on a bag of pig feed. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, that's the same ratio that you use to feed pigs before you take them to the fair. And that's how you get them fat fast so that you can sell them at market. And she thought that I was insane. And of course, what was I, 22, 23 at the time? So of course, I've got nothing on her, have no idea where this thing came from. But even then, common sense would tell anybody who had any kind of experience in agriculture that this was a mistake. And yet we all went along with it.
well, it wasn't a mistake. If you look into how that all came together, there were no human nutritionists. There were a bunch of industry representatives,
Right.
and they lobbied their way into a pecking order.
Well, and that's when Butts was in charge of the USDA too, and his whole thing was not about. I mean, he was an economist from an Indiana dairy farm, and his whole thing as secretary of the USDA was about profits. It had nothing at all to do with health.
Well,
It
that's
had to do with
been
maximizing profits.
every head of the USDA, at least since then, has been the same way.
Yeah.
Even the one under Trump was saying, you small farmers, you need to go big or go home. We're going to be getting rid of you small guys.
Yeah.
So what that tells you is
There's
they
a
want to
war.
move as much. They want to move as much of the agricultural sector into these WEF affiliated entities so that they can start dictating food production.
Well, and I think I talked to you last year about what has happened with the USDA regarding livestock. That if you're going to transport live, and of course, I'm literally 20 miles away from Pennsylvania and West Virginia, and so some of my contacts are across the river. But now the new guidelines say, as of last year, that you have to have RFID chips on livestock if you're transporting them across state lines. And that makes no sense unless they're trying to track your livestock so they can take the rest of it out.
Well, it's like boiling a frog. They say, okay, at first it's just going over state lines, and that didn't work well enough. We got to have all of them chipped and all of them tracked, and we're going to have someone stepping on your property and making sure that everything is okay. And if something happens to an animal, we need you to fill out this book of information. We need to know when it died and how it died, and
right,
what measures did you take to save its life. And was he fully vaccinated? And they want to start, did you have that mRNA treatment on your cows, and lose your license to produce food?
They're gonna start attacking all of us.
Yeah.
Can I show you something real quick where we're at the conflict of interest topic? Can you see that here?
Right. European Heart Journal.
Right. So this is a study that a lot of vegans use to say that LDL causes heart disease. It even says here in the title, right? Cause and all of that. I'm not going to go too deep into this. This has already been responded to by all sorts of people. It's, of course, not showing that LDL causes heart disease. It's nonsense. But let's look at the funding, right? So this is literally the largest conflict of interest page I've ever seen. Look at this.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Look at this.
That's as big as the list that you put up last year, JD.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they even put those up there, because so many don't even list the conflicts of interest that they have anymore.
Yeah, it's from 2017.
That's amazing.
It has all these like statin producing companies, right, that lower cholesterol. So that's the conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, there's more wrong with this study, but this is just interesting to look at, right? Because people like Jeffrey Phillips they were saying like, oh, all the power is on the meat industry and nonsense like that. Meanwhile, we have all these pharmaceutical companies, promoting the idea that cholesterol is causally linked to heart disease.
Speaking of which, JD, I have a suggestion for you if you get any time in the next year.
What is it?
There's two prongs to this. Number one is the fact that most people who have heart attacks and stroke actually have normal blood cholesterol levels. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that, and I have to go back and find it, but there is it started in 92 or 93, a study in the Lancet that went through and they actually did a content analysis of arterial plaque. And like 90% of it or more is actually trans fats. And that's still true today. And nobody wants to talk about that. It's not cholesterol. It's not, although there is cholesterol in there, and it's not saturated fat exclusively. It's trans fat.
Well, yeah, that's going to be those trans fats that are in the ultra processed foods, and they're not good for anything metabolically for humans, and so they're not easily burned, and so the body's looking for a place to hang it on a wall somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think that correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that trans fats are also highly inflammatory.
They're incredibly inflammatory.
So so you're going to have those arterial walls, which are sensitive to inflammatory compounds. So those arterial walls become kind of like chemically burned, kind of like a sunburn, but it's a chemical burn. It's inflamed, and if it's happening chronically, and you're always eating some kind of trans fat that's in your bloodstream that's causing inflammation in the arteries and systemically, and the arteries being part of the system, I'm sure that you could explain how those trans fats are getting deposited there. And I don't think that it's all trans fats. We also acknowledge that one of the primary tests that they look for your chances of heart attacks would be
calcium.
the calcium
Real
score.
calcium. Yep.
And so, by pasteurizing the milk and tricking people out of eating things like liver, really cutting back on people's consumption of the K2 vitamin, the MK4
Right.
K2 vitamin, which is the escort for calcium to take it to the teeth and bones. And if it doesn't have that escort,
It doesn't make
then
it.
that calcium can hang around and become part of that plaque. And
Right.
so yeah, it's a I don't think there's one cause. I think there's several causes to where that plaque is coming from.
I think
But
there's several. My interest, though, has been in the content of it, because you constantly hear vegans make the claim that meat eaters are the ones who are having heart attacks and strokes. Meat eaters are the ones that are getting cancer. But no, if you actually look at the content of arterial plaque, that's not what it is.
It's going to be the high density LDLs and the low density LDLs. In fact, I think there's 5 different classifications of LDLs, and the longer they stay in the body, then the more compact they become. And it's just that most compact one that's associated with arterial plaque. And I believe that it's been demonstrated that LDL would naturally be making its way out of there before it reached that density, but a high starch, high sugar diet metabolically kind of keeps those avenues of exit blocked with excess sugar and the metabolic wastes that come along with trying to manage a diet of excess sugar.
Right.
So really those LDLs might be there, and they might be cholesterol technically, but they're not there because they're cholesterol. They're there because the individual was eating too much sugar, or too much sugar and starch, in which case I think most doctors would even admit that total cholesterols are kind of irrelevant these days. They know that, and they've known this for decades and decades. I know that the triglycerides are a much better indication of what might be happening with your chances of having heart disease.
Right.
And triglycerides are usually high when someone's eating the standard American diet, which is plant-based, and way too high in starch and sugar.
Right.
And now what used to be just the starch and sugar, at least back in the old day, like the 70s, you could go to a supermarket and you get a some kind of let's say a cookie recipe, like what is it, Duncan Hines or something. They make those
Toll House
pre-made. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was butter in there. It was real butter and or lard. You'd find lard, but these days all of those products, it's soybean oil, it's seed oils have replaced the animal fats. And along with that increase in seed oil consumption, all of these diseases and elements have just skyrocketed.
Well, and it's interesting too, because when I first started in healthcare, the nursing Merck manual said that a normal total blood cholesterol, because you had to look at this stuff when tests came back, a normal blood cholesterol was supposed to be around 300. Now we're down to 150, and people are having more cardiac accidents than ever before. And, it doesn't make any sense unless it is because of the sugar conversion to triglycerides.
Yeah, I think that I think there's lots of evidence to point to, and I think there's studies that say exactly this: low cholesterol is associated with higher rates of all-cause mortality across the
Yeah.
board. So the lower your cholesterol is, the more chance of mental health issues, the more chance of violence, the more chance of violent death, the more chance of suicide.
Heart attack and stroke.
Yep, heart attack and stroke. So it's a big scam. That's a big old scam, isn't it?
Pretty much so.
Cholesterol thing.
I
I
think
heard that cholesterol also is involved in the synthesis of vitamin D and testosterone.
Yeah, well, all of the
they're all
reproductive
fat
hormones. I think most hormones are made from a cholesterol base. So you have to have cholesterol for estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, all of those, and probably even insulin. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I bet you there's a long list of things that your body needs cholesterol to make it. You think about, one of the arguments that vegans make is there was a study that showed that your brain is made largely of cholesterol, and the dietary cholesterol does not cross the blood-brain barrier. And so your body has to manufacture all of the cholesterol for the brain. And so if you consider what statins are doing, they're interrupting your body's ability to manufacture cholesterol. And if you consider that in light of the fact that, well, according to the science that we've seen so far, your brain is making its own cholesterol. So if you're going to interrupt your body's ability to make cholesterol, then you're going to cause your brain to be cholesterol deficient while the rest of your body may not be cholesterol deficient, depending on the diet. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, and two of those hormones that you're talking about, thyroid hormones, T3 and T4, they have to be methylated in order for your body to even use them. And I think, and if I remember correctly, T4 has to be methylated in order to produce T3. And you cannot do that without both cholesterol and like 6 or 7 specific nutrients that are only found in meat, particularly B12 and B6. So, when you look at the people who have blown out thyroids and Hashimoto's and the rest of it, and it's all interconnected, and you look at that cycle that's been interrupted by the fact that we have this starch and sugar based diet all around us, it's not surprising that people are dropping like flies.
Yeah, and those people that are dropping like flies are not eating a meat-based diet. They're eating a diet that's about 70% or more plant-based.
Yep.
This is the worldwide standard, by the way. This is not just America.
Is that right?
Yeah, I can show some graph on this, actually. Wait. Can you see that?
I'm hearing this.
All right, let me pull it up real quick. Okay, it's there.
Humanity's food supply is already plant-based. So if we go by fat supply quantity, or by food supply and calories, or in protein supply, it's always majority plant-based. Doesn't matter which metric you use. So yeah, the green color is the plants, obviously.
Protein supply quantity per gram per capita per day. Really?
Yeah, I mean, and in countries where they eat less animal foods, they have higher rates of children stunting and things like that, and malnutrition symptoms. Of course, this is just a correlation, right?
Well, this
But
is yeah. I've never seen this graph.
this is on the Substack of Dr. Peter Ballerstedt. He puts
Okay.
out very good content.
See, this kind of information is going to bounce off of an activist back like water off of it. It's going to bounce right off. But those people out there that are real people that are thinking about going vegan and they see things like this, it opens their eyes because they were told that everyone was eating mostly meat.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at
and
that.
yeah, this is by continents and then the world, right? In terms of calories, it's even 80%.
Africa is almost entirely plant-based.
Wow.
It's too bad that they don't have it. Just shows Asia, but it doesn't show India in particular here. I'd be interested in seeing what India looks like because of their
Yeah.
religious objections.
Yeah, there's lots of different stories on India. I think most Indians are consuming some kind of meat and milk. Like chickens. Chickens are not, there are other animals that are not
Considered
considered.
verboten.
Yeah.
Now, this is also the average daily protein consumption per capita relative to the requirement. And this is like the different territories and countries' protein consumption.
It
And
says restricted for protein utilizability.
Right. So yeah, like the digestibility, utilizability. And as you can see, none of these countries is actually meeting that that average protein requirement, especially if you correct for that digestibility and stuff like that.
No, it's not good.
And correlate that with the fact that majority is eating plant-based. So I wonder if it's getting any better if we go vegan, right? 100% plant-based.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at this. Over 40% of Americans don't get enough protein.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Have you ever been here to the United States?
Yes, that was years ago. Probably.
Have you seen our larger cities?
I've seen smaller cities. I've been to Florida and Tennessee.
Were you in Knoxville at all?
I'm not sure right now.
Knoxville, Nashville.
Probably not.
There's a couple of big cities. Chattanooga is another one of them, where Tennessee is actually really interesting. I lived there for a couple of years after my sister died, and I didn't stay because we had this thing. There was a kid who threw out a match and caused what was called the chimney stack fires, and he burned down half my farm as a result. So I moved up here, and there are cityscapes in the United States that have absolutely no food infrastructure. And so people are literally, without jobs because the main industry down there is basically tourism for the most part. And you have people who are on supplemental incomes in those regions, and so they get a government assistance card to help them with groceries every month, and they're eating out of convenience stores. So all they're eating is things like cereal, pasteurized milk, soda, candy, that kind of thing. And even if they were going to supermarkets, they're going to basically being have their diet as mostly boxed foods from supermarkets. There aren't a lot of really good grocery stores in cities here unless you're on the West Coast, where they have things like Ralph's and Whole Foods. And of course, those people can afford that stuff because most of that crap is organic. But they don't have a lot of produce. And if they do, the people who you're trying to sell it to have no idea how to use it. Like, I've actually sold produce up in Cleveland at the farmer's market and had people stand there and ask me how to cook green beans. Like, they don't know because almost everything they buy is from a box.
Well, that's been another one of the reasons why they've been herding people into the cities.
Yeah.
And separating them from the food system
And
so that
understanding the source of it. Yeah.
no one understands anymore where the food comes from. And so you can pull that infrastructure right out from under their feet and they won't see it coming because they don't understand how they're being fed.
Right. That's absolutely.
Go ahead. And they're too cavalier about the prospect of like something like a vegan mandate, because the companies that are providing their meat right now have signed on with the WEF, and the WEF does have an anti-meat agenda.
I just saw the paper that came out on Tyson and their mealworm cricket and whatever else it was that they're already trying to add to their food products.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's horrifying.
I didn't know they were already wanting to add that. Well, in a way, maybe people will finally stop consuming Tyson's foods because they have signed on with the machine, and why not buy the meat directly from the farmers that are in your neighborhood? Buy local, eat nose to tail. That's how everyone was moving in the anti-vegan meat eating community, say 6-7 years ago. It was mostly about paleo, and it was not an all meat diet. And then a bunch of carnivore influencers came in and they said, no, you got to cut all the carbs. It's got to be keto carnivore. And the nose to tail idea, you can forget that. You don't need organ meats. You don't need to eat liver. And there's nothing special about grass-fed beef. Just regular supermarket beef will do it for you. And that advice is not what people needed to hear, because every time you buy Tyson Foods or JBS, most of the supermarket meats are being provided by corporations that have future plans to be a plant protein provider, not a meat provider. So if you're buying from one of those companies like Tyson that is getting into the plant-based protein business, and I could show you that Tyson is doing that, you're getting they're one day Tyson's going to say, due to X, Y, and Z, we're no longer going to provide real meat to our supermarket customers. And then those people that realize that, oh, well, I'll just go out and shoot a squirrel. Well, that's silly, because they're really overestimating how many squirrels there are out there in the world, and they're also overestimating how easy it is to go out and get one, and overestimating the fact that under that circumstances, just going out and killing the squirrel may be a felony in and of itself, because of the way things are going with this vegan legislation that keeps trying to creep into the states.
By the way, one of your most interesting videos was about how a muscle meat only diet is deficient in glycine. What would you say that a muscle meat diet is gonna cause you health problems down the line?
I think that there are, it's a muscle meat only diet is like a vegan diet in that no population has ever pulled that off. No one has ever lived through all the cycles of life on that diet. There are no examples. There are some reasons to believe that there's some things wrong with the carnivore diet the way it's being presented. Number one, it's being presented as you get up and you eat breakfast and it's, say, beef, and then you eat lunch and it's something like, say, beef, then you eat dinner and it's beef, and you do that every day. You're eating 3 meals a day. They're all large servings of beef. Okay. Well, number one, your protein need is not that high. So you're way over consuming the amount of protein that you can use as protein. So there's a large portion of that that's going to be turned in to things like ketone bodies and glucose, things that can be burned as fuel. There are foods out there that are plant-based that could be turned into glucose easier and cheaper without over consuming them. That's the key when it comes to plant starches and sugars. The first key is not to overconsume them. So there are, if you're just a muscle meat only, and that's because now you're getting restrictive. You're restricting to just animal products, and not just animal products, but just meat, and not just meat, but no organ meats, just muscle meat. So that's pretty restrictive compared to the history, what we know about the history of the human diet, where we were omnivores, we were opportunistic with our plant food consumption. If we came across a ripe fruit, we'd sure enough eat it. If we came across a pecan grove, we'd sure enough harvest as many of those pecans, ferment them, make them into all kinds of different products. And there were nuts, and we have the proof. We know the history of human diet to a large degree, even per region. You can say, okay, what were the natives in the UK, what's now to the UK, what were they eating 600 years ago? Well, there's some scientific evidence that tells us, and we know basically what they were eating. It was mostly meat. It was probably 55 to 70%, 72% meat or animal based, and like 45 or less, 44% or less plant based. But there were the evidence that human beings are omnivores is long. I mean, that's what we were. We were living on the coasts mostly as human beings, eating lots of sea creatures and lots of land creatures, because we had food in the ocean right there. We had food behind us in the plains and in the rivers. So yeah, lots of meat, but also things like seasonal fruits, roots and tubers. And we've been cooking. We've been cooking for a long time. We've been fermenting. All of these hunter-gatherers were great at cooking and great at fermenting. And they dried meats, they smoked meats, and they fermented plants, and they made different types of bread-like things. The problem is the overconsumption of those. One of the things that one of the reasons why the ketogenic diet works for weight loss and reversing things like insulin sensitivity is because it keeps the insulin really low. So the insulin is muted. It's almost like zero, but it's not. It's just really low. And that's good. I mean, in some ways, it's good because most of the people that benefit from that have been abusing insulin for decades. And so now, but the other thing is that there's lots of nutrients that are absorbed through insulin aided transfer. And so if you don't shuffle those nutrients into the cells in pretty quick fashion, then the kidneys will work them out of the body, and they'll never make them into a bunch of things like B12, for instance. It absorbs better into the cells when there's a little bit of an insulin bump when it's in the bloodstream. And so a little bit of carbohydrate, I think, can really enhance nutritional transport from the bloodstream into the cells. And the other thing that these 3 meals a day carnivore, they're not fasting. There's no real fast there. They're always in a fed state. There's no autophagy. There is different levels of autophagy. And if you're eating protein all day long, you're giving your body exactly what, yeah, if you cut the insulin, if you have high insulin levels, you're not going to have autophagy. On the other hand, if you have high protein intake, you're not going to have autophagy either. You've got to go into a fasted state to get that. And so I think that the best diet is, if you want to put a label on it, would be something like paleo, regenerative, organic paleo, something that you're eating, seasonally available. And it doesn't even you don't have to stick with seasonally available, but if you're going to eat stuff like potatoes, which I think can be beneficial, like if you eat liver, like beef liver with potatoes, well, you're getting this huge dump of like B12 and B6 and all these high quality essential nutrients, and you're bringing that with a little bit of starch. It gives you a little bit of an insulin bump, and that little insulin bump will really enhance the nutrition that becomes bioavailable to the cells in your body. Because again, if it's not absorbed, it's peed out, and the insulin serves to enhance the absorption of not just glucose, but pretty much everything. Even like athletes who supplement creatine monohydrate, you'll find that they've learned in the world of athletics and research, exercise, nutrition, that creatine monohydrate supplements are much better absorbed into the muscle cells if their intake is accompanied with a sugar spike. And that insulin shuffles that creatine along with glucose, turning into glycogen, into the muscle cell, makes it swell up like a big balloon. So some people, people will get a kind of a pump just from supplementing creatine, as long as they take that creatine with a sugar that's reasonably big enough to cause an insulin bump or spike, but not big enough so that there's so much sugar there that it can't be stored in the muscles. It has to be stored as fat. You want to stop before that. But point being that I think that a 100% meat-based diet long-term could lead to certain deficiencies, especially those essential nutrients that are best absorbed into the cells when accompanied with a bit of insulin.
JD,
Yeah,
is
that's
that why
interesting.
creatine supplements that are sold commercially, they come with a tremendous amount of caffeine and sugar in them?
I don't know about the caffeine. The caffeine may be there as like a snake oil buzz.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they used to sell alcohol tinctures as this and that. And you're going to basically like taking a shot and kind of feeling a little bit of a buzz afterwards. I think that caffeine, concentrated caffeine in a supplement could have a similar effect where you're stimulating more of the person's feel good, get them come back again.
Make them high.
But the sugar's there to give the blood sugar, to give the blood a shot of insulin along with the creatine, because the creatine is much better absorbed into the cell with the aid of insulin transport. And
I only know about this because of my daughter. My daughter is finishing up nursing school, and she works at one of our local hospitals, and I can't remember the word that they used for it. But kids in gyms are taking creatine supplements, and instead of mixing them with water and drinking them throughout their workout, they're just dumping a scoop of this stuff in their mouths and then swallowing it with a mouthful of water. And
what is it?
up in the hospital.
Yeah, what is it? Is it creatine?
It's creatine supplements with the caffeine and the sugar in it. And of course, you have these kids who end up with heart palpitations and a few heart attacks here and there.
Well, you really need to, if you take creatine and sugar together, it's going to get shuffled into the muscle cell, and so your muscle cells and your cells in general don't store things in dry stacks. So if you bring something into the cell, usually you have to bring in a certain number of water molecules along with it, so that can be suspended in a saline solution, like your body likes to do. And so if you swallow a bunch of that creatine and sugar, you can all of a sudden become chronic or acutely dehydrated because you just lost a bunch of water that was in the bloodstream. And now it got shuffled into the cells, and I think that can throw you into things like organ failures, and your blood is supposed to be highly regulated, and I think that doing that without bringing on all the water that your body would need to store that creatine can put you in the hospital.
Right, and it does.
Yeah.
I have a question, and after that, I sort of wanted to go back to some claim that Nutrivore made, because he said that animals in the wild only suffer and all of that. I don't think that's true. But first, I want to ask the question, like, do you know Dr. Paul Saladino?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you think about his diet?
The last I don't guess I have looked at him recently enough to know that I understand where he is, but is he kind of where I am, where there's
Yeah,
He,
I think
Carbohydrates
so.
allowed.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's been eating honey and fruit that he adds to his meat regimen. He does take some supplements, but he also added in dairy this last year, which surprised me because a few years ago he was staunchly opposed to dairy. So he's got some raw dairy in there now too. And he's been eating ferments.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with it, as long as there's like the caveats I threw up earlier. Number one is he a 3 meal a day guy? Because breakfast literally was a creation of the cereal industry.
Right.
People just didn't wake up and spend all day eating
No, I don't think he
like
does
they
that.
do.
I saw one of his shorts a few months ago where he talked about he goes out, he does his beach stuff. I guess he lives in the tropics somewhere now. He goes out, he does his
Yeah.
beach stuff in the morning. He does his whatever his workout routine is, and then he comes in, and what it sounds like is that he's basically having brunch, and he's having meat products, fresh meat products, and I think he does eggs. I can't remember for sure. And then he does fresh fruit from the local environment, local honey, and some fermented milk products or raw milk products.
Well,
So he's more well-rounded than he used to be.
the composition of his diet to me sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
The the caveats when you try to communicate that to people, for me, they need to understand that this is ideally probably a 1 meal per day
Right.
situation, because the truth is that you could eat nothing but cheeseburgers and fries and Coke, and you could be healthy and lean. And the way you do that is you do it by fasting in between. So you might do like Monday you have the double meat cheeseburger with large fries and a large Coke, and then you go for all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, you don't eat anything until Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
So you separate your meals, which are always double cheeseburger, large fries, and a Coke, but you're eating you're eating that meal every 56 hours.
Yeah.
And so what happens there is all of the inflammation that comes from the seed oils and the French fries, all the overconsumption of starch and sugar because of the Coke and the bread, all of that gets exhaled during the fasting. And so by the time you eat your next burger and fries and Coke, you've already gotten that last meal is already out. You're now a clean vessel again. You pour that in, and as long as you exhale it back out, for the most part, you're going to be okay. But it's when you eat that before it's gone, before we inhale nutrients and then we spend or exhale those nutrients. And that's what the fasting is really all about, is when you start eating, when you're eating carbohydrates, for example, when your glycogen stores are already full, they're already at 100%. You can't store any sugar anymore. Anything that you consume from here on out, because your glycogen stores are so full, is going to be turned into body fat.
So when you
And
talk about
triglycerides. Go ahead.
when you talk about fasting, though, when you talk about autophagy, are you talking dry fasting or wet fasting? Because
Well,
some of the studies right now have been indicating that people who are doing the intermittent fasting but they're wet fasting are having cardiac issues.
Well, the reason they're having they're having cardiac issues is because they're ignoring their electrolytes. And that's why that guy Cole from the snake diet, even if you don't like his delivery, his message really is spot on. And that snake juice recipe that he's got is excellent.
Yes.
I posted that recipe on my Facebook back in the day, and one of my old friends who was an amazing athlete, he said, "Yeah, but how does this taste?" And he was an amazing athlete at the high school level. He never really was I don't think he did any college athletics, but the higher levels that you go, the less athletes give a shit about what sensations something has on their tongue,
Right.
and more concerned about what this will do for their athletic performance. And so, I didn't put that recipe out there for people whose first priority is their tongue and how it's being titillated.
Right. Well, and that's the obsession that the vegan community has about meat, is that they think that it's all about taste and mouthfeel and whatever else, and it's not. But there has to be a way to be able to I don't like the word conversion because it sounds religious, but there has to be a way to convert people's understanding away from the whole issue of taste and emotional satiety in comparison with nutritional satiety. And how that happens, very cute. How that happens, I have no idea. But that's one of the things that Cole talked about when I watched his videos. I haven't watched much this past year, but he used to talk about that in his older videos, about how people had to get over the thing where they wanted the dopamine hit that came with sugar and salt, and just concentrate on the fact that healthy feels better than food tastes.
It's a hard thing to get people to realize without achieving that level of fitness.
Can I bring back the discussion on the wild animal suffering that Nutrivore brought up? Like, can you share my screen again, please? I got something interesting that I just found. So the Nutrivore said that, we should reduce wild animal populations or something, or displace them because they constantly suffer in the wild. But there's this is an unnuanced position, right? So here's an article: is life for wild animals really red in tooth and claw? New research argues that most animals enjoy positive experiences throughout their lives, and that can help their conservation. In our paper, we argued that the real experience of wild animal life most likely sits somewhere between these two extremes, though it's probably a lot better than researchers think, right? So it's not this constantly being suffering or anything like that, but also positive emotions that they experience in the wild. But this is never factored in there, right? So into these vegan calculations.
I remember Reasonable Vegan talking about that, where he would want, if he could, he would like to be able to measure the pleasure of an animal and compare that to the suffering and do the math on it. And if it came out to being a net, where the pleasure was in the black, and more pleasure than pain or more pleasure than suffering, then that would be an animal that, you know, you could allow that one to live. But when you found an animal that had a net negative experience, then that would be like a species you'd want to go ahead and get rid of.
But that's like immeasurable. That is unquantifiable. How can you measure that? That is
right, exactly. But that's what I would ask, if, you know, to talk about that with a vegan, is why don't you consider the pleasure, you know, with either one. How do you quantify the pleasure? How do you quantify the suffering? You know, it just becomes.
It's bizarre. I mean, we're just supposed to track down all the wildlife and watch them and see what they do. Is that what he's actually saying? One by one, we're supposed to watch them to see if they experience pleasure?
Yes, but these vegans don't really have an accurate accounting of how many different species there are and stuff. You know, they think that there's just like, you know, you got deer and owls, and I mean, how difficult can this be? This sounds pretty simple. Deer, owls, beavers. You know, we just go from one animal to the next. It's pretty self-explanatory. You know, we just go through the species one at a time. It won't take forever, because they don't know that it will. It would take forever.
Yeah, and also, what about all the animals in the ocean? There's like a whole. I mean, we have not even studied the whole ocean. We don't know actually that much about the whole ocean. What about the animal suffering that goes on into the air? Like, are the vegans gonna nuke the ocean? Or
well, that's why they probably say, well, we don't have to nuke them. We're killing them with the oceanic dead zones that are caused by the agricultural chemicals that are washing into the sea.
People who live in urban environments should not be allowed to make public policy. That's just all there is to it, especially not when it comes to wildlife.
Yeah, if they want to do policy on like red light etiquette and stuff like that, but food policy, it's idiocracy. Veganism is idiocracy. And if you haven't seen that movie, watch that, and kind of a good indication of where we're headed if the vegans continue to
I'm
be
just sitting here
represented.
thinking about how much time it would take me to go out and observe every single animal that is loose on this acreage. Like, I'm stewarding land in 3 counties. And even if I hired people, we'd never be able to observe all of it. There's no way. I mean, isn't it enough that you can actually, well, I mean, I don't expect any vegan to actually go out into nature and spend any time hunting, fishing, or camping. But it's like, all you have to do is go out there and sit. And sooner or later, you're going to find animals playing together, including different species together. But why you would need to observe them in order to find out if they, I mean, obviously they're alive, they experience pleasure, but why you need to quantify it against whatever else happens doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and that's the only vegan that I knew or know about that really focused on that very much. Most of them like was just pointed out, is that they don't think about the pleasure that these wild animals. Nutrivore was portraying this idea that animals in nature are just constantly suffering,
No.
constantly in fear, constantly in danger.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any evidence for that.
No, the vegans frame things in a way so that makes it seem like their claims are proven fact and unquestionable.
Well, and I have yet to see any vegan or vegan influencer who has any kind of education or degree in animal husbandry or veterinary practice or animal psychology, animal behavior. But they all seem to have some pretty set in stone opinions about it. And
Right.
and the longer this goes on, it's very strange. I really resent my nephew for getting me involved in this thing in the first place. But the longer that this goes on, this whole discussion about whether or not it's ethical to eat animals or keep livestock or whatever, the more ridiculous their claims become.
I mean, they can make all kinds of claims, but they have the burden of proof. This is my policy. Like I said before, if they want to come on and debate, they have to prove their stuff. I don't do this stuff anymore where they just claim something and I have to disprove it. No, I don't have to disprove the bullshit that they're spouting. They have to prove everything that they say to the T. And and anything else doesn't fly anymore. Like, seriously. I mean, both the vegan diet and the meat-based diet kills animals. So there's no special burden of proof on the meat eaters. There just isn't.
No,
Well,
not at all.
and realistically, when you look at it, I mean, it's like they always come back and say, "How would you like to be stabbed in the neck?" First of all, I have never, well, except for chickens, but I have never actually stabbed anything in the neck to slaughter it. There's always a bullet involved. And so this whole thing where they want you to look at the slaughterhouses and stuff, they need to recognize the fact that actually the vast majority of the world is not reliant on slaughterhouses. That's primarily a Western world thing, and it's only 85% is actually a pretty huge thing. But when you consider the fact that the United States is 4% of the global populace, and 85% of our beef is actually coming from slaughterhouses, that's still not enough to make me wince. Because when you look at meat on a global scale and the fact that most people throughout the world in rural communities, which is pretty much where you're finding this, they're either butchering meat themselves or they're having it done by someone in their clan, their tribe, their village, wherever. So we don't have the slaughterhouse issue as widely as they would like to promote it, number one. Number two, life eats life. And that's true of plants, it's true of mycelium, it's true of insects, it's true of everything that has breath. And so this idea that if you take away livestock, that somehow that's going to end world suffering, or if you take away predatory animals out of nature, that's going to end it. That doesn't fly. There's also the idea that, how do you know that an animal that's being taken down is actually suffering? Because an animal in nature that is put upon by a lioness or a pack of hyenas or a pack of wolves or whatever, a bear, you don't know that all those animals that are being eaten are actually suffering, because you don't know what the physiological makeup of that animal is, and you don't know about how their body responds to that attack. And the fact of the matter is that life eats life. So one way or another, even human beings die, and unless they're cremated, sooner or later, they are eaten by something, whether it's bacteria or other animals in the environment. It doesn't matter. Everything gets consumed. It's just it's a very Pollyanna, juvenile way of looking at the world, to think that suffering needs to be canceled out. Needless suffering, maybe, but you can't prove what is needless suffering.
Yeah, it's all arbitrary nonsense, literally. I mean, a lot of vegans are not following through with their own logic. So, like the Nutri-War said, oh, we have to reduce animal suffering, but only up to a certain point, until it becomes useful to human civilization or something. That point. But like, why? If you say suffering is the problem, then what's the logical implication, right?
Right.
Doesn't really follow that 100%. Just to some convenient threshold or whatever.
Well, the question becomes, who gets to make that choice? Who gets to say where the line is drawn?
Yeah, I mean, vegans think that they can just decide that. Like, they have an authoritarian mindset.
Yes. That's true.
Well, they would carry out executions. You know, they would make the penalties for eating meat very, very severe. There would be blood in the streets, and that would all be on their hands, because that's the world they want, is for there to be violence exacted upon those who would eat animal flesh or secretions.
So are they going to make that suffering free? If they start executing human beings for eating meat, is that going to be suffering free, or are they just going to slaughter everybody?
I don't know if you can find a sincere vegan who's concerned about human suffering. I have never met one.
I haven't. I mean, I'd like to know where their concern is right now about the Middle East. You know, we've got babies being run over by tanks, and children being shot in the head in the street in front of their friends and their family. So until you can sit there and justify that, you're never going to be able to sit there and tell me that I can't feed my children steak.
Well, dealing with, you know, there are different types of vegans. Regular vegans, thank goodness, quit.
Yeah.
You know, The dropout rate is 80% in the first year. I don't know. It's ridiculously high.
Right.
So the
We
good
didn't
thing,
even get to discuss that.
yeah, these are all undeniable, incredibly damning facts.
Now, is that because they start to feel like crap, or is that because they're sane enough to recognize that this is unsustainable?
Both. You have those who feel like crap, but they don't realize, and they get real sick.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of vegans are saying that the 84% figure is from this like one study where they had like a survey. I think 10,000 vegans or something. I don't know the exact number, but they jump on to say that, oh, the self-reported vegans didn't quit, or the most prevalent reason wasn't because of health, but because of social reasons or something. I'm like, even if that is the case, still a significant number among that sample quit because of health primarily, and we don't even know whether or not these people who said primarily social reasons or something, we don't know what was up with their health either. So all we have is basically this number, 80% or 84%.
Well, and there's actually a great silver lining to that claim, which is that the people who actually quit because of social issues, you're thinking the ability to actually commune with family and friends means that far and away they're mentally and emotionally healthier than the vegans who stay. Just because of the fact that they actually consider the other people in their lives as far more valuable than any animal. So that actually does count for something.
Yeah. I think that's why there's a big difference between your average vegan and a vegan activist.
Mm-hmm.
Vegan activist is just a completely different species because they have
They're antisocial.
well, a lot of them have a financial, they're actual professional influencers. That's a real profession, and there's lots of people out there that get paid to influence, and it's not just on social media. You have a lot of these vegans that I've debated. They don't just debate online and have YouTube channels. They also, they go out in the street and they do activism out there and show, videos of animal torture porn and they're spending all their time doing this activism, and there's only one way that you can do that, and that's if someone's paying your bills for you. And these people, they spend all their time either online or out there on the streets, promoting veganism and filming it as they do it. And then, you have different levels, like someone like Earthling Ed Winters, or what's his real name?
Ed. Oh, I
Ed.
can't remember. It's been so. He's
Yeah.
one that I don't actually believe that he's vegan anymore. He might have been for a time. He's looking far too healthy now.
Yeah, he looked like he almost died there, and someone had to pull him aside and say, "Hey, man, we don't actually follow the vegan diet.
You just tell people to follow the vegan diet." Yeah,
He's
no,
like,
he looks far too healthy these days. I would love to see a hair sample off of him. That would be very interesting to get some of these influencers to donate hair samples to prove that they are who they say they are. and that they're actually as healthy as they say they are.
Yeah, and they're eating a vegan diet. Someone who's
Yep.
a vegan, professional vegan, but a vegan.
There are a lot of vegans.
Yeah.
The highest figure that I've seen comes from a survey of 1,700 people, and the vegans, 50% of them admitted that they eat some eggs and some cheese here and there.
Yeah, when no one's looking.
Yeah, over 50%. That's quite the amount.
So are you telling us that 50% of vegans aren't really vegans?
Well, based on that one survey that I've seen with like 1,700 people in it, also.
Yeah, that's based on a survey, and I would say that the survey was probably skewed. Yeah, exactly. The number would be higher than that. Well, it's 12:09 here, and I know that anti-war mindset is probably
Exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's 1 here, and I told my kids I was going to come into the house like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That happens every time.
it does every single time. I'm glad to see you online, JD. I actually have been praying for you, and I've been worried about you. I thought maybe you had gotten threats or something, and that's why you went offline.
Well, there is a story that I may tell one day that does include some threats and some harassment, and I have things on video that if I was to just tell the story, people would think I'm crazy, but I have been documenting it pretty well, and I think those people know that I've been documenting it.
Yeah.
So I'm keeping some things kind of in my pocket and will bring them to light if I have to, or if I need to, or feel like it sometime. But yeah, we're hanging in there. We're doing, everyone right now is kind of in a holding pattern. What's going to be the next chaos agent? But yeah, just been real busy with some things outside of YouTube. But
well, it's good. It's good to hear you.
It's good to have you on, and thanks for coming on the live stream today.
Thank you very much.
You were a good panel member. Thank you.
You mean I'm a good sledgehammer?
Yeah. Well, whatever works.
I don't have the laid back personality that you do. So, as my brother told me earlier today, there is absolutely nothing nuanced about me. So, but it's good to hear you, and I'm glad that you're still around.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Have a good night.
You too. All right. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, definitely. I wish this wasn't so like interrupted, these kinds of live streams. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, it is what it is. The best, even if they're interrupting like that, that it's for an unbiased third party watching that would be like, wow, those vegans are real assholes. I don't want to be associated with people that act like that. They're condescending, and they're arrogant, and they're disrespectful, and they're constantly interrupting. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, let's do a resume, right? So the first vegans were trolling and were doing something disgusting. Then,
oh god,
after that, Jeffrey Phillips came in and he was stoned and interrupted us constantly, and was talking over us. And then the third vegan came and was Nutrivore, and he, well, was basically talking down on all of us like he was some genius. Okay, this is basically the resume that we got from, or the conclusion of today's live stream when it comes to the vegans.
Yeah. Quite the smorgasbord of dumbassery.
I mean, if they were like sincere and genuine people, they would just sit down and listen to what we have to say, and we would listen to down what they have to say, and it would be civil, and like we try to figure out what is the best for the animals, the planet, and human health. But unfortunately, we cannot have that reasonable discussion. We have to, But again, like I said, I'm not doing this debate shit anymore if it's not clear from the outset that the vegans are gonna like provide the evidence and do the work. I'm not gonna play this game anymore.
Okay. Well, we'll figure something out. We just need to find some vegans that are willing to have an honest conversation. We'll keep looking for them.
Yeah, what's happening to, or what is with a reasonable vegan?
I haven't talked to him in a long time. I don't know.
Yeah, because whenever I saw live streams, he at least listens, right?
Yeah, he's closest thing to a reasonable vegan that I think you'll find on YouTube. But
Yeah.
he's still got his techniques of distraction and misdirection, and he's got a much nicer way of going about it. But he's still, he'll do something like, you bring something like that up, he wouldn't be belittling you the whole time. He would be like, that is interesting. Gosh, you may have made a point there, but you're going to have to give me a chance to read it. Send me a link and we'll talk about that next week. And then next week we come around and be like, I can't do the live stream. And then next week, same thing. And next week, and then pretty soon he's like either avoiding you or if he's going to collaborate with you anymore. We're going to move past that last question that you asked me, and we're going to focus on something different. So he has a different way of doing what these other guys do, but he just comes across as a lot more friendly when he's doing it. So I'm still looking for that vegan that will honestly sit down and go, wait a minute. They didn't tell me that animals were dying not just unintentionally, but intentionally. Hold on. Tell me all about it. I got to hear this. That's what they would say if they were sincere.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is, this is frustrating. But anyway, yeah, the vegans made a bunch of empirical claims, and because the situation was so chaotic, we couldn't really fully address all of them. Like, especially Jeffrey Phillips' claims, like he said that the animal agriculture destroys the planet or something, or destroys the soil. Meanwhile, when you look at, for example, pasture land expansion, it actually peaked a couple of years ago and didn't really grow that much. When it comes to cropland, it actually is still growing. So,
Well,
yeah.
that would be a good video for you to make. You know, you can getting lemons and making lemonade would be taking a live stream like that, and those empirical claims that they're making that you can disprove, and make shorter videos with excerpts from the live stream contrasted against the facts, which prove the vegans wrong. So that's one benefit of doing this and letting them make untrue claims, is that we can come back behind them and say, here's a vegan saying this that they just said can be demonstrated as being false. Here are the facts. So when they do that kind of thing, you know, they do it in that way that comes across as nasty and vindictive and condescending, and so it's a turnoff to most people. And the only people that they're winning with are the other little vegans in their club, in their little vegan clique. And those people are, you know, really digging it, but outside of their little circle, no one cares about what they're saying, and their abrasive ways just turn people off. So let's wrap this up and get some rest,
Right.
and recharge for our next one.
All right.
Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Thanks for all
Thank
your
you.
hard work.
No problem.
And thank you for everyone that watched. Appreciate y'all hanging in there. We'll see y'all on the next one, probably next Friday. We'll try to do this on Fridays. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.